Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
You guys, what a day, what a day, what a day, and what a surprise. I was talking to Twiz, and he's going to be popping on as well. This is a huge surprise, and we're going to talk about it. And I think we're about to learn more than probably we ever have in this case. This is insane. I'm so excited to go through this. And welcome on in, Meg. Welcome on in, Mary, who says she can't stay. That's okay. We're happy that you're here. Welcome, Candace. And Wifey's here. Long time no see. So let me just welcome everybody on in. Twiz should be here as well. I sent him a special text. And Carla saying, make it make sense. I will do my best, as I always do for you guys. If it's make sensible, we will try. We will fucking try. Wow. So many thoughts. Initially, the plan was to cover the sentencing today. And then this happened. So now we're doing this because this is, I think, probably more pressing. And also, I'm sure you guys all saw the sentencing. So, yeah. But let me know what you guys thought of it today. Those of you guys who did watch the sentencing, Twiz was there in person. And so he should be popping on here any second, any minute. And boots on the ground. He's got some great stories as well, as you guys, I'm sure, would be expecting. But wow. Okay, so first of all, what has been released is basically the entirety of the Moscow Police Department investigative reports. All of it. It's tons and tons and tons of documents. They have it organized into zip files that are all compressed. And then within each zip file, there's like multiple subfolders. I don't even know how many pages total this is. It's going to be amazing. We're going to go through the entire thing. I don't know how long it's going to take, but we're going to do the whole thing. Obviously not all tonight, but yes. And what I was going to say is that what's crazy about this is that, so police reports, right? And I was telling Twiz this because I was talking to him. He was driving and I was driving on my way home from work, and he was driving between Boise and Pullman. And he will, well, when he gets here, he can tell you guys basically how amazing he is and what he's doing so that he can be here to join us live, essentially. But anyway, so, at the law firm, we have a number of, personally, since I started working there, I have requested police reports for our clients who we represent, for multiple clients. Okay. Sometimes you have to do it actually through one of them. I had to do it through a FOIA, but that was for something in South Carolina. And then others, it's different processes of like through discovery, right? So like subpoenas, essentially, right? And these are clients who we represent, right? And you would think that attorneys would get, access to these quicker than the public, right? Like it would be easier to obtain. And I have not had a return on any of those yet. They're all still, I'm still waiting, right? I will say, weirdly, I tend to get like body cam much quicker. Like they tend to give that pretty quickly. But the police reports, and there's Twiz, the police reports, for whatever reason, take forever. And I have not even had any returned. So I was telling Twiz how incredible this is, because essentially what it seems like is MPD was expecting so many FOIA requests to come in. They just went ahead and made the entire thing public. Like, incredible. So welcome, Leslie and Billy. Welcome everybody who's here. And Twiz, welcome to you. Hello, my friend. How's it twizzing?
I'm here.
So Twiz, tell everybody where you are and what you are doing so that you can join us on this live.
I'm in some tiny ass town in Idaho. I don't even know where I am.
Right. So basically, Twiz is on his drive between Boise and Pullman, 5-hour drive. And he found a spot. We were talking on the phone. He found a place to pull over so that he can park and be here live with us. So y'all, we can't thank Twiz enough, right? I mean, Twiz, you win. I forgive you for all the times you were late or absent as our mod and co-host. Just kidding. You were already forgiven. So shout out to Twiz in a major, major way because he was our boots on the ground. So thank you, Twiz. And also, speaking of boots on the ground, Twiz, why don't you tell everybody your story about how you were waiting in line and how that all came about from a slice of pizza?
So I got to Boise and I was hungry. So I went to Winco because they got $1.25 pizza slices, you know. So I was just trying to get cheap food, wasting time. So I'm walking around, like there's already media at the courthouse. I'm like, what are you guys doing? Like, it's a day early. This is stupid. And I was just sitting there, and then some like ladies walked by and they were like, are you in line? I was sitting on the stairs, you know, and I was like, yeah, even though like I wasn't really. And I was like, what line? Like, the hearing's tomorrow. What are you guys talking about? And they go and sit down, like they have their camping chairs, you know. And I was like, wait a second, like, are we camping overnight? And they're like, yeah, we're going to. They're like, we talked to the lady that works at the court, and she said we can't camp, but we can, you know, sit all night. And I was like, I guess we're camping here all night. Like, cool. So we're there for a couple hours, and like there was I don't know, 10, maybe 12 of us in line or something. And the lady comes back and she's like, no, you guys got to leave. She's like, you can't be in line until 4 a.m. So they talked to her for a while. And it sounds like the sheriff like made her come back to the courthouse from her house to tell us to leave. And then we just went across the street and hung out on the lawn all night. And like the sprinklers started going off and there was like 40 of us sitting there. And then we had to move over to the other side of the road. And then like people started cutting and like pushing up and stuff. It was just insane.
So basically, there was no line. There was nobody camped out. There was no plans to be there overnight waiting in line. And Twiz started it all single-handedly on accident because he was wandering around with his slice of pizza. Is that a summary, Twiz?
That's pretty much what happened.
And I was saying to Twiz on the phone, I was like, how appropriate that Twiz started it all. If anybody was going to start the whole thing of the line waiting, and it's just like Twiz with his, you know, Winco pizza wandering around, and like that started the whole thing. I think it's fucking hilarious. I love it so much. Also, Twiz, you learned a new word today. Do you remember your new word? Or
no.
Were you too tired? that was this morning.
I'm probably too tired. I haven't slept in like 2 days.
So Twiz's new word he learned was scuttlebutt.
Caged. Caging? Scuttlebutt. I thought you were talking about other things.
I guess 2 new words. We got 2 new words, actually. So first we had scuttlebutt. Do you want to tell everybody what scuttlebutt means?
Well, I mean, I've heard scuttlebutt. I still don't understand how that fits what you're saying that it does.
Because this was this morning. Okay, so what happened was Twiz was texting me this morning. I was getting ready to leave for work. And he literally sent me a picture of Joel from STS, like in a hoodie, doing a thumbs up and like looking really tired. And I was like, oh my God, like there's Joel or whatever. And so like basically, and you could see in the background, like the media tent and whatever. And so I was just asking him like what he was doing and da-da. And like, there's all these people out there, right? And so I was asking him what the scuttlebutt was, you know, because like with other trials where they have to camp out and stuff, like there's sometimes like a scene and there's like some stories and, you know, what have you. So I was like, what's the scuttlebutt? But he's like, what?
Yeah, that still doesn't make sense.
Still doesn't make sense. And then
a scuttlebutt would be like a kid doing something funny or something. I don't know.
Well, that could have been happening.
Not a rumor, but how's a rumor a scuttlebutt?
It doesn't have to be a rumor. It's just like, what's the word on the street, yo? I mean, we did find out word on the street because I asked about it. the fountain had no water in it. And weirdly, you know, the famous fountain, you know, those of you guys who've seen my thumbnails for Chad, he's sitting in the fountain. The water fountain had no water in the water fountain. And there was never an explanation given. So.
No, I didn't really ask, but definitely no water in there. I was trying to wash my feet.
You were trying to wash your feet?
Yeah, like, but there was no water, so I couldn't.
Right. And that's the problem with it. You know? Also, there is a song called Water Fountain. Does anyone know the band called Tune Yards? Anybody know that band? I'd be kind of surprised if anyone does. But anyway, they have a song called Water Fountain. And literally,
somewhat familiar.
The lyric is "No water in the water fountain." So very appropriate. And then it's like "No side on the sidewalk." And anyway, it's a great, great, great song. I wish I could play it, but my channel will get like in trouble. But it's an awesome song. You guys should listen to it. But literally, it's like "No water in the water fountain." So very appropriate for the Ada County Courthouse today. So yeah, we had Twiz.
I have so many messages on Discord. This is crazy.
I bet you do. What are people saying? I bet people want to know the scuttlebutt.
I don't know what little kids do.
Twiz. Oh my God. It's really funny because one of the defense attorneys that I work for, you know, like at some point mid-morning or whatever was like, oh, so, you know, sentencing today. And I thought he was talking about one of our clients because we actually just had a sentencing last week for one of our clients. Some of you guys heard that story. And he didn't say, he was just like, oh, sentencing today. I was like, oh, who? And it took me a second. Then I was like, oh, he's talking about Bryan Kohberger. And I was like, yeah, my friend Twiz is actually there. And then he was like, oh, do you know if he's going to get a seat? And I was like, well, I think so. And then he was like, yeah, I heard a snippet like on the news that like it's like impossible with the number of seats or whatever. And, you know, anyway, this is right before the hearing started. And Twiz got a seat. He got a seat. Did your butt get sore?
Yeah, it was crazy. No, I actually got like the best seat in the house, which was crazy because I was kind of pissed off because I should have been, theoretically, I should have been number one, right? But I didn't care, like, as long as I get in. So, like, the lady sat down, I was like, cool, whatever. Like, you can sit down. I'll just go after you. I'll give it to you. Like, I'm getting in or what? Like, people started thinking of us. And, like, Brian Anton got in. He didn't stay there all night. And she didn't stay there all night. And I was kind of pissed off about that. And I was like, I'm still going to get in, so I'm not that mad. But if I don't get in, I'm going to be fucking pissed, and I'm raising fucking hell. And then I got in and had, like, a cushioned seat. It was like it wasn't a bench. It was an actual, like, computer chair type thing. Which it wasn't that comfortable, but it didn't hurt my butt, so.
Oh my God, Carla wins. Did your scuttlebutt get sore? Perfect. Full circle, Carla. Carla bringing it full fucking circle right now. Did Twiz's scuttlebutt get sore? Who knows? Well done. Well said, Carla.
Nope, my butt feels great. My butt has felt great. My butt hasn't hurt in like a week.
You heard it here first, guys. On the record, Twiz's butt feels great. Yay, Twiz. Yay, Twiz. And so it's funny because when we were texting this morning, I was like,
I'm like, Brian going too soon.
I could tell that he was really tired because like I was asking him to help me out with the Loodle game, which is like Wordle, but for like dirty words. And I was like, name a 6-letter dirty word. And he was like, I can't think of anything. And I was like, oh dear, are you going to be driving and are you going to be safe? Because I was like, I'm concerned.
No, I couldn't think of anything with the 2 letters. You had 2 letters. I couldn't think of anything with those 2 letters.
Well, that's part of the game though, Twiz. That's the whole.
But I would never think of age because I'm not into like that. I know, but I'm not into like that, what's that shit called? Dominatrix. You ain't caging me.
BDSM. BDSM.
That's the one.
Yeah. Well, it can be. It's not
yeah.
With the Loodle. It's not just BDSM. It can be any type of dirty sexual thing. So it goes beyond just BDSM. And the only difference though from the Wordle is instead of just 5-letter words, they have sometimes it's 5-letter words and sometimes it's 6-letter words. And so I always, whenever I play the Wordle, I always start with the same 5-letter word. And whenever I play the Loodle, I start with the same 5-letter word. Or if it's 6 letters like it was today, I start with the same 6-letter word. And I'm like a pro at these, by the way. So I will usually, even though I all start with the same word, I'll usually guess them on like the second or third try. And sure enough, today, like I sent it to Twiz, and it was like my second try on the Loodle. And it was 6 letters, right? And I had like 2 letters guessed, but they weren't in the right place, right? But on the third try, I got the word completely. But that's when you play, when you do this a lot, you like, you know.
My question is, how did you get caged? Why did you even think about that?
Right? I mean, I had to look it up because I didn't even know what it was.
Answer the question.
Wait, what was the question?
Right. We believe that. We really believe that. Right.
Believe what?
I just guessed it. I didn't know what it was. You guessed it. You didn't know what it was. You really believe it.
Process of elimination with the letters, though. Also, Super Planner Girl,
Right.
aka Amanda, is here. So let's all say hello to Amanda. And also, Amanda, how are you doing today? I know you've texted me, but I haven't had a chance to look. But for anyone who doesn't know, Amanda's been recovering from surgery, and we love her. And we love all of you guys that are here. And also, thank you, Meg. I keep forgetting some of these commands I've not utilized in way too long. So yeah, let's make sure we're doing all that because that's a fun one. We've got the weather. I always forget about the DJ Khaled one. That's a good one. And for anyone else who doesn't know, although most of you guys I'm sure do, we do have memberships now as well. And let's see what DJ Khaled has to say at the moment. Let's see here.
I just want to say this.
What are you saying, Twiz?
I am not a hoe. I am not a hoe.
Maybe it's not
I
working.
am not a hoe.
Did it work?
It worked. You know what I have to say to that?
I couldn't hear it. Didn't turn my
I am not a hoe. I am not.
But
a
you
hoe.
are a hoe.
I am not a hoe.
You know what I have to say
I am
to
not
that?
a hoe. Please. Please.
Also,
I still didn't
Ha,
hear
ha, ha.
something on my end.
Ha ha ha.
you can't hear it? Make sure your volume's turned
No,
up.
because it's not playing it through. No, it's like the internet isn't downloading it fast. Because it's not playing it through YouTube, it's playing it through StreamYard, and it's not like the feed. It's like it actually has to play it, so it's not just. My internet is so 2 bars of LTE, which should be fast enough for this. It's not.
Well, we appreciate you coming to us from the middle of nowhere in Idaho. And also DJ Khaled. So we have our quote. DJ Khaled once said, "You have to make it through the jungle to make it to paradise. That's the key." Lion. Excellent. And I think we've got another alias of Flash because chicken. Hi, Flash. Only it wasn't that hard.
Should I invite everybody from Twitter here?
Sure.
Should I invite everyone from Twitter? Like, we might get trolls, though.
Well, then Glenn can have some company. I doubt it. We never get trolls. We only ever had that. We just had the Glenn.
Yeah, but it's my Twitter. It's my Twitter.
But I don't know what that means, though, Twiz.
Because bad people follow me and shit.
Invite whoever you want. It's a squirrel party. I don't care. I can handle it. Is Cat Randall still around? Yes, absolutely. Probably he will pop in tonight. We see him on the regs. He's definitely still around. And if you want to message him, he's on Discord. So you can always reach him on Discord too. Shout out to Cat Randall, longtime Squirrel Crew member. So yeah, so we got these ducks. Again, this is really unusual, and they just post like the entire fucking thing. You guys, this is wild. So we're gonna make our way through it. We're gonna have some Twiz reads. We're gonna have some story time. We might intersperse it with some bits about the sentencing hearing today, but here we go. This is the very first one, the initial narrative from the very first like person to make one. And so we've got responding.
I'm definitely not reading tonight, by the way.
Okay, that's fine. You don't have to. You have you've definitely gone above and beyond by pulling over so you can he was like, I'll pull over so I can do this. And I was like, oh my gosh. Cause like, otherwise it would have been another couple hours for him to get back to Pullman. So that's awesome. We love it. Dedication. That's fine. I'll do all of the reading. And so we've got responding officers. I almost feel like this has to be Nunez, but I mean, I don't know if it's Nunes or Nunez. I feel like it has to be Nunez. And then we got Brett Payne, Eric Warner, and then Gunderson. Gunderson's the one who did that whole thing running through the house in 2 to 4 minutes. I always picture him doing that in his socks. I don't know why. Okay, so we're going to scroll past some of this stuff to get to where we get good stuff. And actually, I think this might go on for a little bit.
Of course, I made it in the courtroom.
He started the line. He started the whole thing. Actually, is that all that is this the entire, okay, maybe all of this first one is like this, actually. Let's just see. He was the very first one in line. It all happened. It was all happenstance because he was getting it was the pizza. The pizza did it. The Winco pizza started it all. Okay, here we go. This is the first bit. Okay. All right. Narrative. Homicide. Synopsis. The victims were found deceased inside. All right. Narrative. On 11/13/2022 at approximately...
I wish I could make it bigger on freaking StreamYard. It's so small on StreamYard.
That's what she said.
Yeah, but it's still not big enough. Like, I need it bigger.
You said.
I need it big like that giant cock BK's about to get.
Oh my God. I mean, I have to zoom out a little bit because cutting text stuff, but that's as big as I can make it on here. I mean, you could download the docs, but are you on your phone or on your computer? You probably don't have enough.
I am on my computer. I'm on my computer streaming through my phone or the internet or whatever.
Gotcha. I mean, I guess you could pull
Brian
the docs.
Kohberger has already been transferred.
Oh, wow. That was fast. Or is he still, are they taking him to that one in Idaho, or are they taking him? I guess he has to be because it's close enough, like the time wise, versus out of state.
I don't know. You guys want to hear something crazy though?
Yeah.
Yesterday, Bryan asked if I was going to be at the hearing. And I said, hells yeah, I am.
And you had a little exchange with him today, didn't you? Also, Twiz, you want to tell people about that? Little flirtatious moment.
Well, he walked in the courtroom and we locked eyes from across the room. And then I jizzed in my pants. But in reality, I nodded, he smiled.
There you go. It was like one of those moments in one of those movies, like, you know, like a rom-com, right? You lock eyes across the room and then time stands still. And what are the other things? Music starts playing in your head, and how romantic. Exactly. Yep. You know what? Actually, I've got a sound for that. Hold on. I've got a sound for that. Here's your little clip, Twiz, for that. Where is it? Hold on. It's here somewhere.
I don't want to know.
Oh. There it is. Bam, chicka, bam, bam. There you go.
Wait, me directly. If you mean asked if I was going to be there directly, no, but I can speak with him through people. It's my super secret source, which apparently doesn't exist because I don't have to say it on the internet.
There you go. So,
but
okay.
I'm a bearded fellow that goes to the hearings, you know, so like he just saw a bearded dude and then, you know, smiled. So.
Your beard is very distinctive. Actually, you guys have to know this because everyone that knows Twiz and his beard, right? Twiz was saying I think it was last night or the night before, was texting me and was talking about like shaving his beard off. And I was like, this is not even real life right now.
Do you guys want to see how tired I look?
Of course. Let me add him to the stage. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait. Hold on. There we go.
Do I look tired?
I mean, I don't know how you normally look, so.
Fair point. I actually don't look that bad. I did get a 20 milligram Adderall, so like I'm feeling pretty good.
There it is. Wifey says you look like a Twiz. He does. He does look like a Twiz. He is a Twiz. If it looks like a Twiz and it walks like a Twiz and it talks like a Twiz, and also it's either eating like goldfish crackers or ice cream or pizza, it's definitely a Twiz.
Yogurt. What are you talking about?
Oh, a yogurt. I forgot the yogurt. Twiz Foods. Hashtag Twiz Foods. And then also, if it's having a twerk out, that would also be another indication. Super Planner Girl says you look tired. Amanda, I love it. Twiz looks tired. Yeah. And also, Amanda.
Well, I should look tired. I'm an old man. I didn't sleep last night. I should be tired.
Amanda, I think I saw, let me scroll up. You did answer my question about your appointment, and then things got
Meg,
going.
turn your camera on for us. Just for a second, Meg.
That's great news. Thank you, Super Planner Girl. Thank you for that. He's happy. I think that's awesome. Awesome. We love the good news.
I wish my laptop had a front-facing camera so I could show you. Like, I'm at a baseball field. Like, it's probably for little kids. Like a little kid's baseball diamond thing field.
I bet there's some scuttlebutt.
No, I'm the only one here.
Oh.
I'm sitting in the shade. I've got a little picnic table and like all my shit's on it. It's pretty awesome.
Nice. Got your little spot. So yeah, so did you talk to Joel, or did you just get that picture?
I talked to him a little bit. I actually charged his phone.
Oh, nice. Awesome.
So now he owes me. I'm gonna have to call that in one of these days. Like, I'm gonna need you to like accurately report on Bryan. But I'll wait until like a new either like the appeal is put in or he'll make a statement. We'll see what happens.
You know, speaking of which, let's just talk about real quick in terms of the appeal, right? So, you know, some people were confused because of the whole thing about waiving your right to appeal, but then also you still have the right to appeal. Essentially, preserving what it is you have to file a notice of appeal in any jurisdiction within a certain period of time. It's usually 30 days or sometimes it's 45 days. And it's like a notice of appeal, right? It doesn't mean you're appealing. It's just a notice of appeal and it preserves that. And then you buy yourself a ton of time, right? And so we see this in every case where they, you know, the notice of appeal comes out pretty quickly, and then, you know, and then months and months go by, and then usually they ask for an extension of time. And then at some point later, much later on, you see the actual appeal or the appellate brief. Anyway, so in terms of for anything that could actually be viable, given the plea deal for him at this juncture, right? You're looking at things such as, remember, it has to be a manifest injustice. That's the standard. So things such as gross, like inassistance of counsel, which I don't think that's going to be an avenue. You could also have like gross prosecutorial misconduct. I mean, maybe I couldn't rule that out the same way I could rule out the ineffective assistance of counsel. But then you can also have a change in the law. And so I was thinking about this, guys. Thinking back to the IGG, right? Just the tip. Thinking back to that, if in the future the law changes in regards to accessing those databases, or, you know, all the hours and hours we've spent talking about this, right? I mean, I don't even need to tell you guys. You guys understand that there's a lot surrounding that, right? Not just using IUG, but how it was used here, and that it wasn't in the PCA and the backdooring of it all. If in the future the law changes for any purpose, for anything in this case, but I think that would be something that I could see being like a real potential, right? Versus everything else. I think the law changing in regards to the IGG is really possible. If that happens, that would be an avenue for him, despite the plea and everything, right? So I just wanted to sort of recap that. Welcome, Don't Be Hating. What did I miss? Well, we've just been getting the scuttlebutt from Twiz here, who's pulled over. He's in the middle of nowhere in Idaho, so he can be here to live stream with us.
What the fuck does scuttlebutt mean?
He's still confused about the scuttlebutt. Let's see if we can find. Let's pull a Trooper Yuri Buchanan and use a dictionary and and see what different definitions we can get of scuttlebutt, because Twiz is still confused and no squirrel left behind, right? Also, welcome, James. Happy to see you. So happy to see you, James. Who else did I miss? Don't be hating. Happy to see you. All the squirrel friends. And then we have Twiz's command for his workout time. So let's just see what other. So here's one thing that's interesting, where it originates from. Okay, here's where the word scuttlebutt originates from. It's from sailors. It's got nautical origin. Old sailing ships. A scuttlebutt was a cask used to hold drinking water. Oh my God, it's like in The Office, right? And they go to the water cooler. It's like that. Sailors would gather around the scuttlebutt to drink, and naturally conversations and gossip would ensue, just like in The Office when they go and they get their little cup of water and that whole thing. It's just like, it's the very old-fashioned version of that. The scuttlebutt held the water, and they would all gather around and talk. So it's evolved to mean gossip, informal news, water cooler talk.
This town is so small, the grocery store didn't even have a water fountain.
It didn't have what? A water fountain?
I had to buy a gallon of water. Yeah,
Wow.
I bought a gallon of water. And then I went to the gas station and they gave me mine for free, so I was super sick.
Wow. I don't even remember the last time I bought a gallon of water. Have I ever bought a gallon of water? Maybe.
Well, that's because you're in and you don't drink it.
I drink water all day, every day, but I really drink a lot of sparkle water, as you guys well know. I love my sparkle water. It's just more festive that way. You know what I mean? Just more festive.
Oh,
Yeah.
totally freaking forgot. I'm supposed to go to Trader Joe's and get some of that one of these. Now I never have to go to Boise again.
Wait, what about Trader Joe's?
I was supposed to go and get some.
Was there a Trader Joe's in Boise? Is that why?
Sparkling water.
Oh my God! If you go to Trader Joe's, the list is longer than that, though. Twiz, you got to get also the crunchy curls. Don't be hating says he's cutting out. He's got like 2 bars, guys, so that wouldn't be surprising. And cold brew, yes, exactly. Homemade cold brew, yes. Also, I love the cough drops. Meg P, yes, love the cough drops. Officials back, and now you've got a picture. This is awesome. What a day. What a day this is. Also, so we got Scuttlebutt, the water cooler talk of 19th century seafarers. Makes me want to sing a sea shanty. Very cool.
I should know some of those, actually.
Sea shanties?
Yeah.
Can you sing us one?
No, I said I should know some.
But
I don't know any, like off the top of my head. Or maybe I'm just really tired. But if I heard them, I could sing with them, you know. But I'm way too tired right now to even think so.
What would you do with a drunken sailor? What would you do with a drunken sailor? What would you do with a drunken sailor? Yes, official.
Me and my friends used to play Sea of Thieves a lot.
Play what?
Sea of Thieves. It's a pirate game.
Oh. You know what's funny is when I was in college doing my undergrad, we had to take, everyone that's a performance major has to take a conducting class and do like a couple like levels or whatever of that. Anyway, so but like in the 101, conducting 101, right? And then everyone had to do their first conducting song, and like none of us are conductors, we're all musicians, right? So, you know, we got to pick our own song, but like we were all picking like easy songs, obviously. So anyway, so I picked What Would You Do with a Drunken Sailor? So when we did this, and it was like for an exam or whatever, you got to go up there on the podium to conduct it, right? And like, but you got to tell everybody how you wanted them to do it. So for example, you could tell them play your instruments, or you could tell them no instruments. I want everyone to sing it. And then what I did is this. I said, I want everyone to sing it, and you have to sing it like a pirate. And that was my instruction, and they had to follow it. And then I conducted it. So that was the first thing I ever conducted, was What Would You Do with a Drunken Sailor? And it was really fun. So anyways, that's my story about that one. If someone is eating, that would be Twiz. Meg says, Twiz, check your Discord. Thanos, long time no see. Happy to see you as well. We can learn so many things here. Yes, thank you. That is the goal.
Thanos is here? Bring me Thanos! Thanos, your picture kind of gives you away, bro. But
We've
you have
learned
a
so much already
beard,
tonight.
so don't change it. I take it back.
Learned so much tonight. Learned so much tonight. Drunk Twiz is wild, says Twiz about himself. Twiz made it in court. Yes, Twiz was there. Twiz was there, and he is in the middle of nowhere, so he can, driving back from Boise, so he can be here. Yes, yes. Someone sat through I think it's
What time is it?
8-hour drunken live. Wifey says, I love pirate conducting Chelsea. Thank you. Thank you. So yes, we will get into all of this with the sentencing. We've already learned a lot. Like, thank you for pointing that out, Dobie Hayton. But let's get a little bit. We got about not even a full word into this. Let's get a little bit into this because there's so much, and trust me, you guys are going to want to see what's in here. And we will take periodic breaks to sort of discuss and interweave the sentencing and whatnot. Team Drunk Twiz. Yes. 100%. Also hashtag Twiz reads, but not tonight because these can't see it.
What if I get drunk tomorrow? All right, I'm gonna get drunk tomorrow, and we're gonna do a live talking about all the bullshit that happened today in the hearing and the press conference because I'm about to go hard on these motherfuckers.
So the plan is to get drunk tomorrow. What are you gonna drink, Twiz?
Whatever I want. I haven't made it.
I mean,
I actually do want to get it's like this no, I mean I can drink beer, I just don't usually. I mean I don't really drink hardly ever. But there's this blueberry marg that I want to try.
Blueberry
so
what?
That. Margarita wine.
Oh, interesting. If I had to try to picture, like, guess what I would have thought your drink would be, I would have thought like whiskey or bourbon.
No, I love rum.
Rum. Pirate. Go full circle with the pirates there with the rum. There you go.
Yep.
House. Love it. Welcome. Some new squirrel friends.
Or mead. Have you ever had mead? Mead's pretty good too. I drink mead like a Viking.
I've never had it, but like that is epic. And it is also pirate drink too. Viking and pirates. I guess you could say Vikings were the original pirates though. So that makes sense. James quit drinking 15 years ago.
I'm pirate.
Also, Mouse, our new squirrel friend in the chat.
I drink.
We do have a command, but that's not.
I think. Last time I drank.
Oh my God, Twiz just got booted. I bet he lost his. He just got kicked off the thing. So for anyone who just doesn't know, Twiz in the middle of nowhere. He's got like 2 bars or whatever, trying to live stream with us here, which we love. And I think he just lost internet because he just went away. I'm sure he will be back. So we'll see if he pops up in the chat. Come back, Twiz. So yes, excellent. This is great. Kettle One. Yeah, my favorite vodka is Grey Goose for sure. My favorite vodka is Grey Goose. Kettle One is good. I've never had Belvedere, but Grey Goose is my favorite vodka. Not that I ever buy it, but I've had it a handful of times. If someone else is buying, I would drink it. I do also love single malt scotch. Again, not something I would buy, but if other people are buying, my favorite is Lagavulin. Does anyone else here like Lagavulin? And also it has to be neat. Don't even put rocks in there. No rocks in the Lagavulin. Don't be hating, says I wanted to drink today, even though I don't drink. That's funny. Here he's back. He's back. What happened to you? Twiz?
Yo.
Was it disappearing Twiz?
Yo.
Yo.
Yeah, I'm down to 1 bar and everything.
1 bar. There it is. I've never heard of beluga vodka, but beluga isn't that a type of caviar? Ew.
I mean, there's
Yeah.
a beluga whale.
Official, I think you're talking about vodka. Definitely. You can always keep vodka in the freezer. Tequila too, but not single malt scotch. But vodka and tequila keep in the freezer for sure. 100%. But yeah, no rocks if you're drinking single malt scotch, guys. Like keep it real. Keep it real with that. Keep it real. So, okay. I'm going to start. We're going to dive right on in. We've had a number of lovely things that we've talked about and learned. Awesome. Love it. Let's see what else we can learn because learning is scrolling, as I always say. Okay. On 11/13/22 at approximately 11:56 hours, MPD officers responded to an unconscious call. The RP, later identified as, I think we all know who that is, even though it's redacted because we can see the first letters, reported her roommate was passed out, not conscious, and not breathing. As I was preparing to leave the station, Officer Nunez, who was already on the scene, advised of a likely homicide and asked for additional units. I'm trying to see if there's a way I can do this where you guys can see my hand thingy better. What if I do this? Okay, if I do the hand, can y'all see that better? Okay, additional units. While I was en route, Officer Nunez advised he had located 2 additional victims. The victims were later identified as Kaylee. We know the victims. Okay. Moscow EMS was asked to stage and not respond to the scene unless requested. Upon arrival, I saw, and this is HJ, crouching near the entrance to 1122 King Road. Somebody whose name starts with a J was in obvious emotional distress. I entered through the first floor door, which faces north towards the parking lot. I announced myself as a Moscow police officer and heard Officer Nunez and Warner respond from upstairs. So this person who's writing this was not the first one in because Nunez and Warner were already upstairs. When I got to the second floor, I saw a female covered in blood in the bedroom on the northwest side of the second floor. I believe this female to be Xana. I looked inside the bedroom. Xana was lying, and it was obvious an intense struggle had occurred. Xana was obviously deceased. There was blood smeared on various items in the room and all over the floor. There was blood cast off on the walls, in various places, including above Xana's body. Xana was on her back on the floor in the center of the room with her head towards the west. Xana was in her underwear and a long-sleeved gray shirt. See, I mean, already in this so far, like tons of new information, right? Both her shirt and underwear were covered in blood. Xana's face and body was covered in dry blood. I could see what appeared to be defensive knife wounds on Xana's hands. There was a deep gash on Xana's left hand between her pointer finger and thumb. A partially covered male was on the bed and also obviously deceased. I believe this male to be Ethan. Welcome, need some Z's. The midsection of Ethan's body was covered with a blanket. Ethan's head wasn't visible and appeared to be between the bed and the south wall. There was some blood cast off and what appeared to be arterial blood spray above where Ethan's head was located. I should also say trigger warning because I don't know what all is going to be in here, but obviously the first thing that's going to happen is details about the crime scene. So just be forewarned. I proceeded upstairs to the third floor where I met Officer Nunez and Warner. Officer Nunez and Warner advised the residence was clear of any additional people. There was a dog belonging to Kaylee in the third floor west bedroom, which has access to a third floor deck. So this sounds like what would have been Kaylee's bedroom, right? Like, and this is what I figured that dog was in that room. And then, you know, as we know, Kaylee was in Maddie's room. So that confirms it there because it has access to the deck. The deck has no exterior access to the ground level. I asked Corporal Snyder to cordon off the area and Officer Nunez to start identifying the subjects that were on scene when he arrived. I asked Officer Warner to start a crime scene log. At the front entrance. Don't be clicking weirdly, please. Oh my God. Okay, there we go. Once Officer Smith arrived on scene, I asked him to stand guard at the kitchen sliding door, which I later learned was ajar upon our arrival. So that's how the whole thing of the sliding glass door is one of the first things that they're noting, that it was open when they got there, right? On the third floor, I went to the southeast bedroom where Officer Nunez and Warner advised they found 2 females whom I believed to be Kaylee and Madison. Both females were obviously deceased. I observed Kaylee lying on the north side of the bed and Madison lying on the south side of the bed with their heads towards the east. Kaylee and Madison were covered by a pink blanket, which was covered in blood. There was a large pool of blood near Kaylee's midsection. There was blood cast off on the east and north walls above Kaylee and Madison. Madison appeared to be laying up against Kaylee. Madison had what appeared to be wounds to her forearm and hands. Madison had a gash under her right eye, which appeared to go from the corner of her eye to her nose. Interesting. Kaylee was unrecognizable as her facial structure was extremely damaged. So it'll be interesting to see if she's the only one with, it seems like so far it was only Kaylee whose face was like that messed up. I asked Officer Nunez, oh, hold on, let me take a moment here to see what you guys are saying in the chat. Don't Be Hating says, then how did Murphy not have any stuff on him? Yeah, I mean, it's possible that door was closed. It's possible. I mean, we're going to find out more information, obviously. It's possible that door was closed for Murphy to still be in that room and not have gone over anywhere else in the house, right? So that's what I would imagine, is that door must have been closed, because I don't know why else Murphy would have stayed in that room. That room was the room where there was no slayings happening, right? Because, yeah. Twiz, are you eating?
No, I was fine with my Rubik's Cube, if you could hear it.
Rubik's Cube, love it. I'm just seeing what you guys are saying in the chat. Yeah, they haven't mentioned the sheath yet, but we're going to keep reading because I'm sure we'll get there. Okay. So I asked Officer Nunez to close the door to the bedrooms. The dog did not try to disturb the scene. So, okay, that means the door was open. However, they would have had to open the door. I mean, they're not saying if they opened the door. Okay, hold on. Let me go back up. Because essentially, they could have opened the door and then closed it. Let me just go back up where it says. And also the other thing, remember, this dude wasn't the first one on scene. When we get to the narrative from the other two that were up there first, I bet they're the ones that will detail about the status of that door where the dog was. Where was it here? Where is it? Dog. There's the gash. Where was it? So I'm not seeing now. My eyes aren't seeing it where they first mentioned the dog, but it has to be in here somewhere. So anyway, I don't think he didn't mention whether the door was open or closed when he first got there, because I would have remembered that. But again, that one might be from one of the other officers' narratives. So, oh, there it is. There was a dog belonging to Kaylee in the 3rd floor west bedroom, which has access, and he talks about the deck. Right. It doesn't mention whether or not that door was already open, but then he says he closes it so the dog doesn't come out. So, okay. I also asked Officer Nunez to close the door to the bedrooms. The dog did not try to disturb the scene. Other than that action, MPD patrol officers left the scene as it was found. I was later confirmed with Officer Nunez that no EMS personnel entered prior to my arrival. I contacted Captain Barrett and advised him of the situation. Captain Barrett said he would activate detectives and get more resources en route. Once Detective Sergeant Lawrence arrived on scene, he requested one of the responding patrol officers begin writing a search warrant, which was assigned to these other officers, and was assigned to take initial photos of the crime scene while these other officers remained as security at both entrances. I collected the dog from the 3rd floor and took it outside. And then with another deputy here, they transported the dog to the Humane Society. Officer Nunez was interviewing a large group of individuals which were associated with the residents. Officer Nunez asked that I finish getting contact information for individuals. I contacted and later added the following names to this call. And then there's all the names. Once those individual names were collected, they responded to the MPD to be interviewed by detectives. I assisted with a canvass of the area and was assigned to the southernmost apartments at Queen Road. I contacted the residents following apartments who claimed they didn't hear anything. So then they're naming people who reside at the nearby apartments. I attempted contact at the following apartments with no response. I remained associated with the call and assisted with scene security until approximately 1800 hours. And then there we go. Okay, now we're going to go on to the next one. There's so many of these guys. It's going to be a long time to go through them all, but it's going to be awesome. I'm not complaining. I'm saying that in a good way. Okay, so we're going to close out that one as we go through. All right, next up we have, who's this? This is Corbin Smith. All right. At 11:13 at 1200 hours, I responded to 1122 King Road. Nunez had arrived on scene. So Nunez was first and found a total of 4 deceased individuals. Nunez informed other units he believed this to be a homicide. When I arrived, I entered the residence and went to the second floor. I observed a female wearing a sweatshirt and underwear laying in the middle of the bedroom floor covered in blood. I observed deep lacerations indicative of defensive wounds on the female's hands. The female was surrounded by blood on the floor. I observed a male lying on the bed. The male appeared to have suffered from stab wounds and a laceration to the neck. The male was covered in blood and the bedding around him was soaked in blood. So that's a detail we didn't get from the first dude, that Ethan had a laceration to the neck. In a third floor bedroom, I observed two females laying in bed, which appeared to have been stabbed to death. The female lying on the left half of the bed, as I looked at it from the doorway, was unrecognizable. Again, that's Kaylee's face. Her face was completely disfigured and was stabbed several times. I was unable to comprehend exactly what I was looking at while trying to discern the nature of the injuries. Interesting. The second female on the right half of the bed had multiple stab wounds. The comforter was soaked in blood and a pool of blood was still present. I was assigned to hold security at the rear slider door. This was the alleged point of entry of the suspect. I observed very large footprints in the snow. I used a tape measure and the shoe size measured approximately 13.5 to 14 inches. So here's what I will say. So far already, more was done here than was done for Karen Reed, because they actually took photos and they actually took measurements of shit in the snow. So there's that. Just not that the bar was really low, but I just wanted to note that. Also, here's what I will say. In this case, from day one, before there was a suspect or anything like that, my personal speculation was that if there was one particular victim that was targeted, right? My thought from, again, before there was even a suspect, my thought was that it was Kaylee. And I know that like everybody thinks it was Maddie. My thought was that it was always Kaylee. And what's interesting is that the bit about the face could actually point in that direction, maybe, because, you know, I can elaborate on why I think that, but I imagine all of you guys have enough experience with the stuff that you probably understand why I'm saying that. But the fact that her face was beaten to where you couldn't even like see what you're looking at, and that was the only person whose face was like that, is interesting to me. That doesn't seem like if you're just trying to get someone to die quickly, right? There's better ways to do it. That seemed, anyway, I don't know. Do you guys see what I mean by that? I can elaborate more if you guys want. Let me see who else is here. Welcome to Donna Salamander. Welcome, 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 welcome. There's Kane. Awesome. Why redact? Well, the only things that are being redacted are people's full names, and they're giving us the first letter of each first and last name. I don't think that's a problem at all. That knowing the full names, I mean, a lot of these people will be able to figure out who they're talking about anyway. But knowing the full rest of the name is not, you know, at this juncture, the thing that matters here, right? And we know that the names of the alternate perpetrators are going to be redacted, and I'm not saying that's what's redacted here, but I'm just saying, you know, and I understand that, but regardless, in other words, that's not what's important here, right? Like, it's not like, okay, it's not like if, let me just, for the sake of the example, I can scroll. Where is it? Oh, I guess it was on the other document. Let me go to it. Like, it's not like, okay, like for this one, for example, we all know who HJ is, right? It's not like if the rest after H and the rest after J was unredacted, all of a sudden now we have now we know, now everything makes sense. And now, you know, like, you know what I mean? Like, that doesn't really affect anything. Does that make sense? So to me, this is extremely, like I said at the very beginning of this live stream, working in a law firm with clients, right? Where I'm trying to get police reports for clients who like are represented by the law firm. It is really difficult to get the police reports, and they take forever. And that's when you are actually the attorney of the client. And it's like, that's why this is crazy. Like, this is all just available. I mean, you know, like I said earlier, I have like probably 6 or 8 different requests for police reports for clients who we represent that have been pending for a month or longer, and I have not had a return on any of those yet, despite it being client, right? Where they have like an actual case, and they might, you know, you need that for your representation of the client. And anyway, so this is noteworthy to me. I think this is huge. Like, this is fucking huge. I'm very happy that we have this. So let's see what else we got going on here. Twiz, are you still playing with your Rubik's Cube?
Yeah. I think I have to right now just to like stay awake.
Well, do what you got to do. If you gotta go to sleep, do what you got to do. You know, for yourself. So if you want to stay awake, then by all means play with the Rubik's Cube. But if you need to go to sleep, then you know we'll give you a bunch of GNs in the chat. You know what I mean? The Twiz way.
It's way too early.
Let's see here. I'm just going through the chat. Love it. Yeah, some of you guys are talking about X. I've never even used it. So what the hell was up with Bryan's eyes? I don't even know what you're referencing there. Need some Z's. Are you talking about from I guess you're talking about today? Was there something up with his eyes? So also I will say for anyone who is new or also people who aren't new but have missed it, I would highly recommend. We did a 5-part installment of live streams on plea deals. And it's like the pros and cons of the plea deal and the effect on the criminal justice system. And I would highly recommend it. I would highly recommend it. We all learned a lot. We had a lot of really good discussion. We learned a ton. And it was really needed and it was really necessary. And I would just highly recommend it. We deep dove the fuck out of plea deals. We started with the first one was a scholarly article, by an attorney, called The Coercive Plea Deal, the Scourge of the Criminal Justice System. Then we went through, the next one was Leveraging Death. And that one is about plea deals and the death penalty. And then after that, we went through this really interesting study where they surveyed defense attorneys and asked them, like, how often do your clients plead guilty? And how often do you have clients who you believe are factually innocent? And how often do they plead guilty? And there's all these statistics and it's very interesting. And they give their reasonings behind it. It's just really illuminating and totally worth watching. But just as a generality, one thing to note, and for anyone who's not heard this, is that in the US, 95% of cases plead out, take plea deals, 95%. So only 5% go to trial, 95% in general, again, take plea deals. So weird glitching. Are you talking about Twiz needs some Z's or me? Because I know Twiz has been glitching because he's got like 1 bar and whatnot. Or are you saying that was with the BKIs? Let me know. Susie Q, Sue K. Welcome on in, all the new squirrel friends. We love this. Steve Jr.'s. I did see Steve Jr.'s statement. And actually, that's part of why I was actually going to reference it. And we will watch that, right? We will watch that statement. I know exactly what he's talking about. And we will watch it. But so just as an overview, right, he discusses other cases of Prosecutor Sanchez and whatnot. And like, and I totally get it. And I understand what he's saying. But I will say that it's 95% of criminal cases resolve with a plea deal. So not that and again, as far as should they or should they not, that is a conversation that we talked about over 5 different live streams, all of which are multiple hours long. So it's like parts 1 through 5. And there's a lot to consider. And so there's not really a great solution, although one of the legal scholars did offer a possible solution around the coercive plea deal. Anyway, I could, without going off topic and talking about all the different elements that are to be considered, I would just say, check those out. And I do very specific timestamps too, guys. So you can always just go through and find if there's like a certain, and usually if it's something that I find to be especially important, I'll put it in all caps. But anyways, highly recommend. So welcome, Dana Reen. Also, I believe you're new, another new squirrel friend. Awesome. Is this because Twiz, did you put a thing out on Twitter?
That's Dana Renee, you weirdo.
Yeah, so I guess
Dana Renee.
Welcome, Dana Renee, new squirrel friend. Southern Florida chicken. Are you chopped liver? Never. If anything, you'd be chopped chicken, but no, you're fried chicken. We love you. People are sending each other things. Heather was at the cemetery. Do you want to tell us why you were at the cemetery? You don't have to. Welcome, Lily Polly, and anyone else who's new and joining us. So, all righty. Where were we here? Okay. So the footsteps, right. They measured them. Yay. The footsteps went to and from the rear slider door. I observed the trail of footsteps head away from the slider, then turn right around a stump in the backyard and lead toward the front of the house. I observed a set of small handprints on the window to the east of the slider. The screen to this window appeared damaged and was laying on the ground. I located smudged fingerprints on the glass slider door. There was a discarded, so I guess they weren't able to lift those and get anything from it. There was a discarded black backpack in the backyard. I photographed these items and attached them to the case. I maintained rear security until I was relieved by Officer Warner, the only other person to enter. Okay, fine. Also, speaking of just thinking about burglary with this whole thing, I asked Scott, one of my defense attorneys who I work for, I was like, we were having a really long conversation about a lot of different things, this one case that, anyway, very interesting things. But then after we were like talking about all this stuff, we had a long conversation. And then I was like, have you ever considered that the Hamburglar is incorrectly named? And he just started laughing his ass off. He was like, it's like as if like, who would think about that? I'm like, yeah, the Hamburglar, he's not a Hamburglar. And I'm like, he's a ham larcener. He's not a Hamburglar. So then we were talking about that anyways. So yeah, interesting how McDonald's be spreading misinformation with that. Anyone else who's new, welcome. Heather, I thought maybe that was the case. And so that's why I asked in a way that you didn't, I was thinking that. So my heart goes out to you, obviously, Heather. Wow. That is hard. That is hard. That's hard. I feel like Heather's command isn't appropriate for that. We need to send her all the hugs in the world. Yeah, what else should he be? So technically, so the Hamburglar, he's like got a little mask on, right? And then he's got like a, if I recall, like a sack as if he just like robbed a bank, right? Like as if he stole money, right? So technically that's larceny. So just a quick overview so we can learn. Larceny is like stealing, right? Theft, taking property that doesn't belong to you, okay? Burglary has to happen at night. At least in NC, that's an element of it. It has to happen at night. But the premise of burglary, the elements of burglary, right, is like you enter into a premise that you're not permitted to, like you break in or whatever, right, with the intent to commit another crime. That crime does not have to be theft. It doesn't have to be larceny. So in other words, you can commit larceny without committing burglary. You can also commit burglary without committing larceny. But you could also, if you were to burgle and break into a place at night, and then also steal something, then you would be committing both burglary and larceny. Now, what's robbery? Robbery is basically if you're doing some larcening, but you are using the threat of actual force or the threat of force in order to achieve said larcening. So that's why the Hamburglar, by definition, is not burglaring. He's just larcening, or he's already larcened because he's got his little bag with stuff in it that he's larcened. Did he use deadly force or a threat of force to get it? We don't know. Could it have been a robbery and a larceny? Potentially. Could he maybe have burgled in the mix? Maybe. But in terms of when you look at the picture, the only thing we know is there's larceny involved. And we don't, the rest is unknown. Does that make sense? Does that make sense, guys? I mean, also, it's like the Hamburglar is like a great opportunity to just remind ourselves that the elements of those and how they're different between robbery, larceny, and burglary. Anyways. So yeah. So another one's done. Do-da-doom, boom, boom. Another one bites the dust. So now we're on to the next doc, guys. All right. Interview with HJ. So this, wow.
How many
guys,
documents are there?
1 million, Twiz. Let me look. In the first, okay. There's like 8. I'll show you. Oh, you guys can see it. Awesome. Hold on. I'll show you guys. Let's just take a look. Okay. So wait, can you guys see it? No, you can't see it. I have to share. Let me share this. I'm going to share this. So, okay, hold on. I just have to unshare, reshare. I'll show you guys. Hold on. This way you guys will appreciate what this really is going to be. Okay. So you get, when you download them, they're compressed. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, right? We start with the first folder. That's where we are now. So you open this up. And then you have, what is it? 1 through 50, I think it is. Yeah, 1 through 50. And then you have 51 through 100. Then you have one, as you guys can see, right? They're all numbered. Each supplemental report is a different number. So we are on number 2 right now. So there's 314. Now they're varying in length. Some of them are 1 page, some are 2 pages, some are 30 something pages. They vary in length. But that's how this is when you get it. You get these compressed folders, and then you open them up, and then you have all the individual files. So there you go. So I guess to answer your question, it's technically 314, right? But that's after the first initial one. But like their number, that's, yeah. How many pages? I have no idea. 1 million. So let me just unshare, reshare. What do you think, Twiz? You excited of all the things we're going to learn?
Yep. I'm always excited.
Wonderful. Some of you guys are way ahead on the documents, which doesn't surprise me because we are chatting and I can see some of you guys have been reading these. That's awesome. Okay. So why didn't they mention the back? So far we've just seen that it's a black backpack, but again, with each one of these, there's going to be additional information. So there might be more details on the backpack. I don't know yet. I only know what we've read together so far. Okay. So now we have, we're on number 2. We've got additional responding officers. Okay. Right. And this has, what did I say? Interview with HJ. Okay. Narrative. So at approximately 11:58 hours, I responded to a report of an unconscious person. Dispatch advised a female was passed out. Let me zoom in. Passed out from intoxication and not waking up. Dispatch advised there was a male seen in the room with the female last night. So this is the first time that this has come up in the order of these reports. A short time later, dispatch advised the female was not conscious and not breathing. As I arrived, Officer Nunez advised over the air it appeared to be a homicide. I saw a small group of females outside the home in the parking lot. One female advised the roommate was on the 2nd floor and needed help. I went to Officer Nunez's location at the west bedroom on the 2nd floor and passed a male in the living room, later identified as HJ. Officer Nunez advised the female and male in the bedroom, advised the female and male in the bedroom had blood on them and appeared to be beyond help. I walked out of the bedroom toward J something and saw a clean steak knife on a beer. Oh, here's the knife on a beer pong table. I pointed out the knife to Nunez. This person said he got the steak knife from the kitchen because he arrived and saw the female on the bedroom floor. This is the part that just blows my mind. Like this, I can't with this thing. Like, wow. He gets a steak knife from the kitchen because he arrived and saw the female on the bedroom floor covered in blood and did not know if there was anyone else present in the room. Wow. This person said he checked the room with the knife for protection. like if they're, okay, never mind. We've talked about all the reasons why this is just insane to me. I'm not going to tangent on that at the moment. Okay. Nunez and I walked to the first floor entrance with H. I asked the females and H if there was anyone else in the apartment and they did not know. I told Officer Nunez that the home was not secure and we started the process of clearing it. On the 3rd floor in the southeast bedroom, I saw 2 clothed females laying on a bed on their backs who appeared to be deceased. One female on the left side of the bed and in relation to the bedroom door had an extreme amount of lacerations to her face and upper body, which made her unrecognizable. The other female had multiple lacerations on her upper body and some blood on her face. I walked to the far side of the bed to determine if the female on the right was beyond help. So obviously he basically wasn't even, there was not even a consideration as to if Kaylee was beyond help or not because it was so obvious. So he checked Maddie first. I saw the female's leg was off the edge of the bed and it had lividity. Once I noticed the lividity in the female's leg, I backed out of the room. Officer Nunez and I checked the rest of the 3rd floor and saw it was clear. There was a poodle in the west bedroom on the bed, which was later taken to the Humane Society. After clearing the home, I briefly interviewed Jay. Jay said he was at his apartment and his girlfriend, EA, received a phone call from one of the girls who lived at 112 King Road. Jay said A was called by one of the residents who said they could not wake the female on the floor. Jay said he came over to the home at approximately 11:55 hours. Jay said he saw the female on the floor in the bedroom and did not see the male on the bed, who he identified as Ethan, before grabbing the knife. Jay said so they're using his last name because we know it was HJ. So they're using his last name. Whenever I say Jay, that's HJ. They're just using his last name. Said he entered the bedroom and checked the female's pulse and found none. HJ or Jay said he did not check Ethan and left the home. I thanked HJ for talking with me and told him he could go stand with A, who was, I guess that EA there, right? Who was with the other residents in front of the home. I stood by at the front door and started the crime scene log at 12:15 hours. Sergeant Gunderson relieved me for approximately 3 minutes so I could get my gloves during my time at the front door. At approximately 15:02 hours, I was relieved by Officer Rosinski, who took possession of the crime scene log and returned to the station. At approximately 15:28 hours, I came back to the scene and relieved Officer Smith, who was standing at the rear sliding glass door, which was found open when officers arrived. I remained at the back door until I was relieved by Officer Nunez at approximately 16:28 hours. All right, another one's done, guys. Welcome to anyone else who's just now getting here. Dana Renee says she gives up just thinking, let me see what you guys are saying in the chat. As y'all know, you can't read all the millions of things at once, so I always have to pause and take a look at the chat. You know, when I'm reading docs, if we're watching, you know, a hearing or a trial or whatever, then you can actually do both at the same time. Much, much easier. Twiz lies. He lies all the time. What is he lying about this time, Kane? Let me see here. See what you guys are saying.
I wasn't lying. I was joking.
Well, about what though? Because I missed it.
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking.
He's too tired. He's too tired, guys.
Frank.
But yes, also again, welcome to anyone who's just getting here. Oh, well, there. Speaking of which, there's Frank's, who says she's amongst the chaos of family at the beach. How many people are involved? I totally understand what you're saying, you know, because it's like, I know I feel your slight pain. I don't want to say pain because, you know, family, but the tone of this, I understand exactly your sentiment there, Franks. And I would imagine it seems like it's probably a larger size group, but shout out to Franks. And Frank, since you're just now getting here, Twiz saw Joel outside the courthouse this morning and took a picture of him. Not with him, but of him. Joel was doing a thumbs up. And yes, so shout out to all the STSers as well, because a lot of you guys we know each other from SDS. So yeah. Lily Polly, welcome. No new school friend. This is awesome. Love it. Welcome to the Squirrel Crew, guys, where it gets real squirrely, and we might also sing some sea shanties and talk about Scuttlebutt and any number of things. And this was going to be my follow-up question. Frank's is saying it's not the number of people, it's the number of people under 9 years of age. That was going to be my follow-up. That makes a huge difference. 100%. I get it. I get it. Kids go crazy on beach vacation. You know what I mean? I guess they can go crazy at any point in time, right? And then there's some real scuttlebutt, right, Twiz? Somebody's got up there.
Yeah, sure.
Thane is going to get a taco. Twiz does what Twiz will. Yes, very, very much. We'll see what DJ Khaled has to say. DJ Khaled once said, if you ever feel down and times are getting extra hard, just say lion. What's the deal with the lion thing? Does anybody know? I'm not up on things and I don't know what that theme is, but it seems like he's got that in every one of his little quotes or what have you.
Lion? I don't know.
Yeah, lion seems to be a thing. Let's do another one.
Is that really lion though? Because it looks like lion.
He has the other one had 4 O's. I think it varies. Oh, this one doesn't have lion in it though. DJ Khaled once said, cocoa butter is the key.
Sounds like a Diddy thing. I don't know.
Is it related to caging, Twiz, do you think?
You're the caging expert. I am a virgin, so I don't even know what caging is.
DJ Khaled once said, speaking of caging, enjoy life, man. Live it up. That's the most normal one so far.
It sounds like he just was trying to outclass Diddy.
Meg
We
got
don't
her
use
badge.
baby oil in here.
What-
We use cocoa butter.
What badge, Meg, are you talking about? DJ Khaled once said, the key to more success is to have a lot of pillows. A lot. Twiz, does that resonate with you?
The key to more success is to have a lot of pillows. No, nope. Mm-mm.
I thought you liked your pillows.
I mean, who doesn't like pillows, right? But I'll never be one that has a lot of them. Like, I'm not a chick. I don't need 14 pillows on my bed.
There's a really funny episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm that deals with that. Anyways.
Yeah, I just
yes.
keep picking up pillows and like throwing it in a box, and then the next day they gotta take them out and put them in the bed and put them back in the box. It's just a waste of time.
Twiz is a college age girl. I don't disagree.
Yep,
What
it
is
was cop cops.
Meg, what is an AIC badge? What is an AI? Oh, it's your nursing license. Okay. Yeah, interesting because you called it a badge. If you had said license, I would have assumed it was a nursing license, but you said badge, and I don't even know what AIC is. Anyways, pillows are soft and life is hard. Well said, don't be hating. Well said. I just really need one good pillow, and I have but it has to be the right pillow. Like, I'm picky about the pillow. So I have like a Tempur-Pedic, one that I love, and like it's the pillow that I use. So that's hilarious. Probably back to these. And so yes, congrats to Meg. But I'm still curious, even though it was a joke, I'm still curious what an AIC badge is, just because you know me. So okay, so another one's done. Boom, boom. Oh wait, I have to close out of it just so we can keep track. And we're on number 3. Here we go. What have we got now? All right, narrative. So this is Nunez's narrative. And he was, okay, interesting. So remember, he was the first one on the scene. So this will be interesting to see what more information we get here, especially as it pertains to doors being opened or closed. All right, on 11/13. Okay, unconscious subject. Upon my arrival, I found a large gathering of people in the parking lot immediately north of 1122 King Road. 1122 King Road is a white 3-story single-family residence with multiple bedrooms. The 1122 designation is located directly above the front door facing north. I was directed to a bedroom on the 2nd floor by HJ to locate the unresponsive female. Upon entering the room, I observed a female laying supine on the floor. Remind me, guys, is supine when you're face down or face up? I can't remember. Supine, what's the other one? If you're not supine, you're...
I think supine is just laying flat.
All I can think, no, one of them's, there's supine and the other one that's the opposite. And one's on your back and one's on your tummy. But all I can think about is
on your back, because are you thinking prone?
Oh, prone, that's the other one. Supine and prone. Which one's which?
Prone is on your stomach.
Okay, so supine's on your back. All I can think about is opine,
I just know that from like snipers,
Okay.
Playing video games, you always go prone, lay on your stomach and shoot people.
Thanks, guys. Supine is face up. Thank you, guys. Thank you. You guys are awesome. Yeah, I'm like, I can talk about opine all day, but supine and prone, I don't know. Okay, so she was on her back next to a bed. According to DM, this female was likely Kaylee Gonzalez. DM also lived at 1122 King Road. I observed dried blood surrounding Kaylee's body and signs of cutting trauma to her face. Kaylee was covered in so much blood I wasn't able to immediately discern where any additional injuries would likely been. Kaylee was apparently deceased due to her pale skin and color, rigid body tone, and apparent blood loss. Heather, that is amazing and also makes complete sense. On the bed in the same room, I observed Kaylee, a male laying supine on the bed. Interesting. So he's getting the names confused, which is not great for us. On the bed in the same room, I observed Kaylee. I observed a male laying supine on the bed. So he must mean Xana here, obviously. According to Dylan, the male was likely Ethan Chapin. Dylan said that Ethan was commonly at the residence. I observed blood covering portions of Ethan's legs, surrounding his body into the sheets, and drops of blood on the wall near Ethan's head. As I backed out of this room, HJ showed me a kitchen knife and said he had it in his possession. I told HJ to leave the knife and go back downstairs to the front entrance. Put the knife down. Officer Warner and I moved to visually clear the residence for any suspects or additional victims. Meg says, BRB, we'll be here. We'll be here. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. On the 3rd floor, Officer Warner and I found 2 additional apparently deceased females, both laying supine in a bed. This bedroom was on the southwest corner of the 3rd floor. According to Dylan, these 2 females were likely Xana and Madison. Interesting. Now, I'm wondering if he's saying Xana here because he got it confused earlier, right? And he's just getting the 2 names confused. That's got to be what it is. That's got to be what it is. Interesting. These 2 females were likely Xana A. Kernodle and Matt. Yeah, Xana and Maddie. Okay. One female showed an apparent traumatic injury to her face due to the basic facial structure. So that's Kaylee. So obviously now that confirms that he got the 2 confused because the face wounds is how we know this is Kaylee. Both females showed very pale skin. Both females were covered in dry blood and apparently deceased. After the residence was deemed safe, Officer Warner and I exited the residence to secure it and the immediate area, to include the parking lot immediately to the north of the residence. I walked outside and began interviewing Dylan. Dylan told me that at approximately 400 hours, she heard a voice scream and believed it to be Kaylee's. Dylan said she heard Kaylee scream and announced that there was somebody inside the residence. Dylan said she could hear Kaylee run from the 3rd floor down the stairs to the 2nd floor into the northwest bedroom. Dylan said she locked herself in her bedroom and continued to hear a commotion. Dylan said eventually she stopped hearing a struggle and heard a male voice say, "You're going to be fine. I'm going to help you." Dylan said she did not recognize the male's voice. Dylan said after a few minutes, she peeked out of her bedroom and observed a male described as approximately 6 feet tall, slim build, with a black ski mask, leave the 2nd floor patio area. This patio door was likely left open as it was found open upon my arrival. I have interviewed an additional roommate, Bethany Funk, right, BF, who told me that she was at the residence during the commotion. Bethany said she was on the 2nd floor in the living room watching Vampire Diaries with Dylan and an unidentified person named, somebody's name starts with an L. Bethany said that at approximately 200 hours on 11/13, Maddie and Kaylee came home from a night out at the Corner Club bar located at whatever in Moscow, Idaho. Bethany said she also believed Madison and Kaylee went to the Grub Wandering Kitchen truck that was commonly located in the 300 block of South Main Street. Bethany said that she and Madison let Madison's dog out, he means Kaylee's dog, Murphy, sometime between 200 hours and 230 hours. Bethany said during this time she observed no suspicious activity. Bethany said she returned inside while Madison was still outside with Murphy. Bethany said she went to bed at around 2:30. Bethany said Madison came into her bedroom sometime after 2:30 to ask if she knew where Murphy was. Huh. Interesting. Bethany said she told Madison no, and Madison left. Bethany said she woke up in her bedroom, which was located on the first. You know, there's a lot missing here, right? Like, what about all the part where she's texting? In other words, what I mean is it seems like Bethany hasn't told anybody this yet, right? Like, because he's reporting what she said. In terms of what Bethany says happened, Bethany seems to have left out all the communication between her and Dylan, right? I mean, Bethany said she told Madison, she's like, where's the dog? You know, whatever. Okay, I'm going to bed at 2:30. Which is not, I mean, it's not accurate. Bethany said she told Madison no, and Madison left. Bethany said she woke up in her bedroom, which was located on the 1st floor, to a sound she described as a firecracker and a flash. Unless this is, oh no, sorry. I got ahead of myself. This is the actual time in question in the 4 o'clock hour. Let's read this part again. Bethany said she told Madison no, and Madison left. Bethany said she woke up in her bedroom, which was located on the 1st floor, to a sound she described as a firecracker and a flash. What does a flash sound like? What does a flash sound like? What he might mean, the person who wrote this, right, I believe is Nunez, he might have meant a sound described as a firecracker and a flash. Now, this would have been better done if he'd had a comma here, right? A sound she described as a firecracker, comma, and a flash, which would be a light. That would make this more clear, just saying. Bethany said she initially thought the sound was a prank. So this is huge, like news to us. Firecracker? Never have we heard this before. And what the fuck is that supposed to be? Like a firecracker? Normally, when people hear that sound or report hearing that sound, it's when there's gunshots going off. Like in a lot of different shootings, people will say they thought they heard fireworks or firecrackers, and it was gunshots, but they couldn't tell. So anyway, this is very interesting. Firecracker. What the fuck could that be, guys? She initially thought it was a prank. According to Bethany's phone log, she showed me. Oh, here we go. It's fun. Bethany called Xana at 4:21, Ethan at 4:22, Madison at 4:22, Madison again at 4:30. And then Kaylee at 4:31. Bethany said she never received an answer on each phone call. Bethany said she went back to sleep and woke up at around 11:56 hours, so 11:56 a.m. So she went back to sleep at like 4:30 and slept until like noon. So that's like, how many hours is that? Like 7.5 hours, right? I think 7.5 hours ish. And that's when 911 was called.
Wait, Chelsea.
Mhm.
Earlier, a document was talking about drugs found, like a blue drug substance. Was that
we haven't
in the
gotten there.
house?
We haven't gotten there yet. That's in a subsequent file, subsequent report. So I don't know. I know.
Take back what I just said.
Yeah, we will be getting there shortly, but we have not gotten there yet. But good question. So, I was going to say something else. What was I going to say? We have not gotten to the toothache yet. Don't be hating. I was going to say something. Anyways. You know, when you see, but it's so funny because I see dentistry now all I can think about is the killer dentists like Charlie Adelson and James Craig. Anyways, initially I was told Kaylee was likely located on the second floor bedroom with Ethan. He means Xana, obviously. After comparing Dylan's initial statement with other investigations, or he means just, okay, other investigating officers' observations, it appeared to actually be Xana. Right. That was located on the floor of that bedroom, and Kaylee is one of the other females. So basically, the way he's stating this as if Dylan seems to think was actually confused versus him being confused. Let me read this again. Initially, I was told Kaylee was likely located on the second floor bedroom with Ethan. After comparing Dylan's initial statement with the other investigating officers' observations, it appeared to actually be Xana. Do you guys see why this is weird? Like, as if, did Dylan get them confused? Did Dylan think that Kaylee and Ethan were dating? Like, in other words, all those times when I kept trying to autocorrect it and be like, oh, he's getting confused. That was what Dylan reported. Dylan had reported Xana being upstairs, to her understanding or knowledge, like Xana being upstairs with Madison and Kaylee being on the second floor with Ethan. How does that make any sense? Add it to the list. So he's like, well, we figured it out because we compared it to everybody else's statements and Dylan gave us information that was not the right thing. I also observed the falling vehicles in the gravel parking lot that was immediately north of the building. Okay, fine. Okay, search warrant. He returned to assist with securing the patio, maintained the log. And this is the log that he took. Good. Chain of custody, right? This is important. Crime scene log. Good. Okay. Next, now we're on number 4, making progress. We're on number 4, guys. So this is Officer Snyder, I guess. Ryan Snyder. All right. Here we go. On 11/13/22, right? These are the same in all of them, right? So I think we know the time and whatever. Okay. Upon his arrival, he noticed several college-age subjects out front of the house. He was directed to use police caution tape to cordon off the crime scene. As I was working around the residence, I noticed the back door was open and there were footprints in the snow. Footprints in the snow again. Coming from the back door on the back porch. Officer Smith took photos of these prints with a measuring tape. He watched the backyard area to make sure. I don't want to forget. Remember, guys, they noticed there were handprints on the window and like smudge prints on the door. And again, it seems like you should be able to lift that and get a fingerprint. And so we'll see what comes of that. But let's not forget. Keep that in our brains. And the other thing I will say is you can't get a fingerprint or a thumbprint if you're wearing gloves, right? Obviously. So anyways, he watched the backyard area. Okay, sorry. No, First, he took photos of the prints with a measuring tape. He watched the backyard area to make sure no one else came into the area. Okay, there we are. I noticed there were a few footprints. This portion of the backyard is connected to 2 other residences, 1118 and 1126 King Road, both directly to the west. The footprints appear to lead towards King Road. Between the residences, I was unable to see where the footprints went after the yards connected due to the amount of rock landscaping. That gosh darn landscaping always ruining things, you know what I mean? Getting in the way. Just like all the pillows on the bed. Decorative shit getting in the way. I also was unable to discern how old those prints were. There had not been recent snowfall. In other words, those prints could have been from whenever. With Sergeant Gunderson, I entered the residence to continue taking photos of the scene. I entered through the bottom floor main door on the north side. I took photographs of the rooms and living areas of the residents. The photos were downloaded onto a CD and booked into evidence. The photos were labeled in this report with a brief description of each photo. As I was down the road of the address, I was approached by a college-aged male who identified himself as, starts with a J. He informed me that he lived at somewhere apartment, and he stated his name, I guess, lived upstairs at 112 Duking Road. Oh, sorry, no, he stated his, oh, I bet that's supposed to say ex-girlfriend. Yep. He stated his ex-girlfriend lived upstairs at 112 Duking Road, and they share a dog. Oh, this is Kaylee's, okay, Kaylee's ex-boyfriend. They share a dog that was there currently. Okay, this is Kaylee's ex-boyfriend. He not appeared to have any obvious wounds on his hands, as I would assume the suspect probably would. Officer Nunez interviewing subjects about situation. Twiz, what are you doing?
What do you mean?
There's a ruckus. Jack, thank you, Franks.
I unscrewed my water because I'm putting water in it.
Great. Gotta stay hydrated.
Because I'm
right?
smart, because there's ice in it. You know?
Love it.
I've been like dehydrated a lot lately.
I think I'm dehydrated also.
Because apparently, like, I sweat a lot and I don't realize it.
Good that you know it now, though, because the more you know, knowing is half the battle. Like, you know, Twiz, go to bed.
Kane, fuck off. How about that?
There you go, Kane. There's your answer. All right. So Jack, thank you for that, Franks. Jack did not appear to have any obvious wounds on his hands, so I would assume the suspect would. Okay, Nunez was interviewing subjects about the situation. I asked Jack if he would wait inside Officer Nunez's police car so we could talk with him. He agreed to. I informed Sergeant Gunderson of the circumstance involving Jack. Jack later responded to the police department to be interviewed and then picked the dog up from the Moscow Humane Society shelter. 100%. I continued to canvass the area and speak with neighbors at something. And then these are the addresses that are redacted. Who cares? Who stated they did not hear or see anything relevant. I spoke with subjects at blah, blah, King Road. One resident, DL, stated that she was walking home from the corner club at about 300 hours and thought she could hear music or some type of noise, but she couldn't give any clarifying information more than that due to her level of intoxication that night. But were there firecrackers, though? Lord. I spoke with the subjects at something King Road. The majority of them stated they were out drinking at the corner club. You can find me in the club. Da-na-na-na. You guys remember that song? And got a ride back to their place at 1:30.
You can find me in the club. Bottle full of buzz, mama.
There it is.
Hell yeah.
Thank you, Twiz. They did not hear anything out of the ordinary. Another resident, BP, stated about 400 hours he heard a barking dog coming from the east of his residence. He believed it was the dog at 112 King Road, as he thought it was the only dog in the area. He stated the dog sounded like it was outside and was barking for about 45 minutes until he believed someone must have let it inside at 4:45 when it stopped. So what's interesting, okay, because remember earlier people were talking about how they were like, where's Kaylee with the dog? It's been a long time or whatever, right? And also we were like, how come the dog didn't like go anywhere else in the house? If the dog was like outside on the balcony, that could explain some of this. Interesting.
Yeah, but who put him on the balcony? That's the question.
Who knows? Yeah, there's a lot of questions. I mean, and the only way any of this would make sense is if a lot of people got their times wrong, which is entirely possible, right? Because they're all drunk. So, like, in other words, is this the same event when whoever it was like, oh, they've been out a long time with the dog? Maybe, maybe not. But it's just noteworthy that a lot of people noticed odd. Like, here's one thing we can take away from this at this juncture with this information so far. Many people noticed oddities involving the dog that night. Of a variety of oddities, right? This was odd about the 45 minutes. It sounded like it was outside. Then you had the other comment about, boy, they've been out with the dog a long time. So different odd things regarding the dog. So that is where we're at here. And I think that's important. B stated he had a female with him in bed. Oh, he was getting it on. He was getting it on, Twiz. He had a lady friend in bed with him at the time.
Let's get it on. Ooh, yeah, let's get it on.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And then also, along those lines.
Wait, who was getting it on?
Someone whose name starts with a B. Someone whose name starts
He
with
had
a
a
B.
female with him in bed at the time. Is that the dude who lived nearby?
Yeah.
Interesting.
And Chipmunk Feet sent a super chat rather. Thank you. Tell me I'm pretty, damn it. Are you too fast? Or are you actually too fast? We love Too Fast, and we also love Chipmunks. And also thank you so much for the super chat.
Dude, how many screen names do you have?
Everybody has
I
all their
can't keep up with all this shit.
This is
People
not
just
Brett
need to
Payne.
do it like me and have a Twiz and a not Twiz, you know?
Right? Kane and a not Kane also.
Well, yeah, I mean, because he copied me, which is awesome, because I'm awesome.
You've said it 5 times. Wait, you've said that you're too fast? I mean, if you've said that and I've missed it, it's because my eyes are reading these documents and I'm missing things in the chat. And I'm putting it on the record now that I'm definitely missing things in the chat, but I'm trying to pause and then scroll around. And anyways.
I'm basically drunk, so.
Yeah. And Twiz is basically drunk, so he's not really of much use right now. Just kidding.
Pretty much.
At least he's staying hydrated.
Girl in homeboy's bed would have been very disappointed with me.
Disappointed with you for what?
Being drunk.
Oh.
I have that whiskey dick, get it?
Oh, the whiskey dick, right? I kind of figured that's where you were going, but it didn't quite connect as a joke. But thank you for explaining the joke. So now it's
well, yeah, because it didn't connect with anything.
You guys. Oh my God. Okay. I spoke with the residents at blank King Road. PC informed me that they have a camera facing the west of the address that they believed captures a portion of the road. They first provided me with the SIM card out of the camera. However, they could not get it to work. That's what she said. And neither could I. They gave me the username and password to the camera. I informed Detective Mowery of the information, and they gave me permission to access the camera footage and record the necessary surveillance video. Cleared the scene, and then here's his photo log. Excellent. And I think the rest of this is just more all the pictures taken. Yep. Okay. Now we're on to number 5, guys. Making progress. Here we go. Okay. When do we get those photos? Great question. You know, those would have to be turned over from, again, that would have to come from a police department or whatever, right? I guess Moscow PD.
I could drive there tomorrow and ask for them.
I don't know that that would be successful, though, but you're welcome to try. I mean, why not? Get some Scuttlebutt.
Did you know that Chief Fry was there today? I about wanted to punch him in his face.
Oh, he was there. Interesting.
He's short, too. He's only a couple inches taller than Payne. They're both little midges.
Yeah, Payne is really short.
Dude, it was so funny because I was like in chat while in the press conference, right? Like I was in Dinky's chat. And Carla was like, somebody tell Payne to stand up. And I was like, that is him standing up, right? And I was just kidding. And then I stood up and looked and I was like, nope, that's really him.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. Yeah, he's very little. I mean, what do you think? Like 5'5", 5'6", maybe?
5'5", 5'6", something like that.
He does. Yeah, he doesn't seem to be much taller than me, and I'm 5'4", so.
That dude is tiny.
He's a little man. Little boy, baby boy.
I could just pick him up and throw him.
There you go.
Oh, that's Scuttlebutt because he's basically a little fucking child.
Well
that's
done,
it.
Twiz.
We got Scuttlebutt.
Twiz learns. Twiz learns. We have Twiz reads. We have Twiz learns. Excellent. There you go. All right, who we got here now? We've got Dollinger. What do you guys think? Dollinger. We're gonna go with that, I guess. All right. Meg, why are you quitting? Don't quit. Okay, so we have the same type of introductory things here. All right, so Sergeant Lawrence informed me that Idaho State Police were going to assist in the investigation and were organizing to respond to the scene. Yeah, that'd be another place that would have potentially some of these photos, right? And we're going to see the chain of custody as it goes along, but Idaho State Police would be the other one you would consider for the pictures that would have to release it potentially. But I think they probably both have them. I remained on the scene. Approximately an hour later, a male approached the scene and began speaking with Sergeant Gunderson. The male was identified as J.K. I overheard J. Oh, this is Xana's dad. I overheard him state his daughter lived in 112 King Road and he'd been trying to get in touch with her but was unsuccessful. Oh, dear. What was his first name, guys? I don't remember. Was it Jeff?
Jeff.
Okay. I asked Jeff if he and and that's the sister, Jasmine. Okay. I asked Jeff if he and Jasmine could come to the police department to speak with me. Jeff agreed, and I returned to the police department. I contacted Sergeant Lawrence at the police department and asked if he had the names of the victims. Sergeant Lawrence stated he did and gave me the list. I saw one of the victims' names was Xana Kernodle. I then met with Jasmine and Jeff in the interview room off the police department lobby. Once in the room, I activated my audio and video recording of the equipment. I asked Jeff and Jasmine for their information, and they both handed me their Arizona driver's licenses. After writing down the information, I asked Jeff what the name of his other daughter was. Oh, God. Can you imagine being the person to have to do this? Jeff told me her name was Xana. I then informed Jasmine and Jeff that Xana was identified as one of the victims and that she was deceased. Both Jasmine and Jeff became very upset and were crying heavily. Ugh. I asked Jasmine and Jeff when the last time they communicated with Xana was. Jeff stated, or no, I guess Jasmine, one of them, I think maybe Jasmine, stated she texted with Xana on 11/11 at approximately 1700 hours. Jasmine said the text messages were brief and were not of any substance. Okay, then Jeff said he texted Xana on 11/11, and she responded stating she was at work. Jeff then told me he last spoke with Xana on the phone on 11/11/22 at approximately 21:40 hours, and they spoke about going to the football game. I asked Jeff where Xana worked, and he said at the Mad Greek. I asked both Jasmine and Jeff if Xana had mentioned anything about having any issues with anyone or anything strange occurring lately. Both Jasmine and Jeff said Xana had not said anything. Jeff said Xana had a boyfriend, Ethan Chapman, he means Chapin, obviously, who she had been dating for about 6 months or so. Jeff said everything seemed fine with their relationship, and Jeff added how he had met Ethan's parents in passing this weekend. I guess because it was parents' weekend. Oh, yeah. Keep reading. It should be noted. Jeff was in town visiting as he resides in Arizona, and it was Washington State University's parents' weekend. So it was parents' weekend, so he met Ethan's parents. Okay. I asked Jasmine and Jeff if there was anyone they wished me to contact for them or if they wished to speak with anyone such as a member of the clergy. Both told me no. I gave them both my business card and informed them our detectives would be in contact with them in the near future. Jasmine and Jeff left the police department. Wow. Very sad. Twiz says, BRB, I need my baby wipes because Heather is being a butt. It is very sad. I can't even fathom having to be the person. Like they had no clue. Like they're just like the fact that they're like asking and like, yeah, here's when we talked to her. And it's like, oh, by the way. And then he like refers to the list of the victims. And it's like, oh, what's your other daughter's name? Oh, it's Xana. Oh, yeah, that's one of the victims. And then it gets worse than that. And then they have to find out that Ethan is too. Wow. Absolutely horrifying. We're on to number 6, guys. On to number 6. This is Aaron Morris's narrative. Twist is letting us know again, confirming he's BRB. At around 1300 hours, I was advised by Captain Barrett to respond to work due to a homicide investigation. Yeah, that's right, Heather. That's right. Her dad did mention a different last communication that he talked to her. That's right. I mean, it sounds like he admittedly was drunk or something, so maybe that's part of it. I don't really know, but yeah, that's right. I did hear that. That's a good point. Yeah, I remember the part about the drinking and driving. So I need to talk to her like just before it happened. Who knows? I was told to remain available for calls for service. At around 16:30 hours, I relieved Officer Rosinski on the north side of the house. I was stationed. Okay, some of this I think we can kind of skip when they're just talking about people relieving the other officers, you know, okay. Oh, here we go. Corporal Payne. Oh, hold on. Let me back up. Not so fast. Corporal Payne entered at 1700 hours. So that's what, 5 o'clock, and then exited at 1723. So they're all just coming and going. Okay. Officer Stirk will leave me. Okay, this looks like this one is less. Okay, fine. That's really all that one is. It's just continuing on with like the crime scene log. Okay, so there we go. On to number 7. Like I said, some of these contain a lot more information than others. And now we have John Lawrence. Okay. Captain Barrett called me and informed me there'd been multiple victims. I called Detective Vargas and informed she was out of town and would not be back in Moscow on Monday morning. I called Detective Mowery and he informed me he would be on his way shortly. I called ISP, Lieutenant Mike Mooney, and told him I need assistance from ISP detectives in processing the crime scene. Lieutenant Mooney put me in contact with Sergeant Gilbertson. I briefed Sergeant Gilbertson on what I knew, and he told me he would start to assemble his team. I responded to the scene where I met with Sergeant Gunderson. Sergeant Gunderson informed me that officers were dispatched to an unconscious person at 1122 King Road, and that is when they found 4 deceased college-aged people in the residence. I told Sergeant Gunderson I needed someone from his team to return to the police department to start writing an affidavit for a search warrant. Sergeant Gunderson asked Officer Nunez to handle that task. I then did a very brief walkthrough of the residence. I entered the residence from the entrance on the north side of the building. Officer Warner, who was securing the scene, logged my entrance into the residence. I then went up the stairs and I located a deceased female on the floor and a male on the bed in the west bedroom on the 2nd floor. I climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor and located 2 deceased females in the southeast bedroom. They were both in the bed. I spoke with Officer Smith, who was securing the residence at the south entrance for a moment. Then I exited the residence through the north entrance. Officer Warner noted my departure. What sucks is, like, for someone like me, I can't, that saying like, oh, the east entrance, the north entrance, I have like literally no understanding of what the fuck that means. Can't you just say like the door? Like, anyways, that means nothing to me, but I'm someone who doesn't know like where I'm standing. I don't know where north is, guys. Like, I'm just going to say that. I'm just going to put that out there. I don't know where north is, where I'm standing. And if I face a different direction, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not one of those people, right, that just like knows which compass direction I'm facing, if you will. Anyway, Officer Warner noted my departure. I called Sergeant Gilbertson and informed him of the additional information provided to me and what I had seen. I told him MPD would be needing their assistance. I also told Sergeant Gilbertson MPD had an officer writing an affidavit for a search warrant. I returned to the police department where I met with Sergeant Blaker and Corporal Payne, whom I had called earlier, and requested they respond to the PD. At this time, Detective Mowery was at the police department. I requested they interview the other occupants of the residence where the deceased were located. There were also several friends of the deceased who had been with the deceased the night before and may have had information of their whereabouts and who they were with prior to the murders. Those interviews started at about 13:48 hours. Those to be interviewed arrived at the PD at about 13:30 hours. I put them in the training room and provided them with drinks and snacks. So that's where we know that they were all in the same room together. But also, I want to know what drinks and what snacks. Are we talking yogurt? Are we talking goldfish crackers? Are we talking cough drops? Are we talking single malt scotch? Are we talking vodka? Are we talking grog or whatever it's called? Are we talking mead? Whiskey. She drinks a whiskey drink, drinks a vodka drink. She drinks a dum-dum, drinks a cider drink. Sings a song to her minus. Anyway, Chumbawamba, whatever. Okay. Just can't help it with that type of thing. Happy Annie, long time no see. I was literally just thinking about you, and I hope you're doing well. Did you have your back surgery? And thank you for being here, and we love you. Who wants to listen to me clean my feet? Me. And for anyone who's like, why is he cleaning his feet? He's having to clean his feet because the fountain at the Ada County Courthouse had no water. Of all things.
All...
There he is. Hi, Twiz.
I could even do this. My camera's on.
Are you going to show us your feet?
Yeah.
By the way, for anyone who's just now getting here, Twiz is in the middle of nowhere between Boise and Idaho, and he has like one bar, and he's coming to us from the middle of nowhere. And I think we're about to see him clean his feet. Hold on. We want We want Twiz. Hold on. How do I get? Hang on. There's the show. There's the show. Wait, there it is. Okay, now you guys can hear me and see Twiz. There's the show. He's cleaning his feet.
I missed it.
Gosh darn it. Can you
You
do it
missed
again?
it.
Instant replay? Instant replay. Pretend you didn't do it yet. Very good. Look at him go. Look at him go. Go, Twiz, go. Twiz with his clean feet. Well done. Everyone, let's give a round of applause for Twiz and his clean feet. Yay! Well done, Twiz. What a day. What a day. Well, good. Twiz has his own personal tiny waterfall. Love it. Excellent. That's very good. So we got a little
that's not even mine. It's the copy of the city. Who wants to find out where I am right now?
Does anybody want to find out where Twiz is? We know he's at a baseball field for children or something like that. We know there's some picnic tables. We know it's in the middle of nowhere. Oh, happy Annie. I'm sorry to hear that on both counts there. I'm so sorry. That's awful. Well, we've missed you. We've been thinking about you. Yeah, I don't know Idaho well enough to even guess a town. Like the only towns I'd be able to tell you are like Moscow and that might Boise, maybe. That might be about it. So I wouldn't be anyone that's more familiar. Feel free to guess where Twiz is. Play a game. So yeah, so they're having some snacks. What's that, Twiz?
It's that.
Twiz sounds like a robot. Maybe try putting it in the chat because your sound.
Snacks.
What? Oh Lord. You're welcome, Annie. So we don't know what Twiz is being is a robot right now. Maybe put it in the chat, Twiz. I thought maybe he said something about sex, but I'm not entirely sure. Oh, speaking of waterfalls, there we go. Speaking of waterfalls. Oh, that's why he's in Cascade, Idaho. Excellent. Is it nice? Should we all visit? Wonderful. Twiz, is your Twitter account thing called Twiz Was Right? Because that is hilarious and doesn't surprise me at all. I can't check your post because I don't have Twitter, but everyone that has Twitter, go check his post if you want to. Excellent. Okay, so Captain Lanier or whatever arrived and asked how he could help. I requested he find officers that were not already tasked and complete a canvass of the neighborhood. He took care of the neighborhood canvassing. At around 14:23 hours, Jeff Kernodle, Xana's dad, arrived at PD. He was informed of Xana's death by Captain Dollinger, which we just read. Captain Barrett informed me Ethan Chapin's family had been notified of Ethan's death. Captain Barrett asked me to take care of the death notifications for Maddie and Kaylee. Captain Barrett provided me with the information the university had on file for Maddie and Kaylee. There was no emergency contact information for either, so I called Kootenai County Dispatch due to their home addresses being Kootenai County. I provided the KCSO dispatcher of the addresses listed with the university for Maddie and Kaylee. This dispatcher told him she had their names, Oh, that's probably Steve. Yep, Steve and Christy Gonzalez. That's got to be what that is. Listed as residents of the address provided for Kaylee. I requested a death notification for them. I was contacted by Deputy Mitch Jan. He asked what he could tell the parents, and I informed him we knew very little at this time. A short time later, Deputy Jan called me and told me that when he arrived to give the notification, the parents were already aware. I also provided Maddie's address, and the dispatcher was not able to locate anyone with the name Mogan at that address. The dispatcher said she would send Coeur d'Alene PD officer by the residents to make contact. A short time later, Officer Matt Sickis, request I call him. When I made contact with Officer Sickis, he told me something. Oh, I guess it's Maddie's parents, right? We're driving to Moscow. About 20 minutes after my conversation with Officer Sickis, Maddie's parents arrived at the PD. Captain Barrett gave the death notification. Captain Barrett requested I interview them. I spoke with, this is Maddie's parents, in the lobby interview room. They told me they had a great relationship with Maddie. She got along with everyone. She had a strong relationship with her boyfriend, JS, who lives in Boise, and that she had just gone to Boise to see him the weekend prior. Madison and the boyfriend had been dating for about 1.5 years, and the boyfriend is from somewhere. I asked if there were any problems with past boyfriends, and there were none to their knowledge. I asked if Maddie had mentioned any stalking behavior from anyone or anyone that made her uncomfortable, and they said she never spoke of anything. The rest of my shift was spent allocating resources where they were needed. What is going on? Twiz, are you doing things? What are you doing? I think Twiz is trying to do things. I don't know. Oh, Twiz is, you guys, this is what happens when you give Twiz the ultimate power. He's pulling up his, Twiz, you're muted, by the way. You're muted. If you're trying to talk, you're muted. He pulled out his Twitter and put it on the screen. That is hilarious. All the welcome mittens for kittens. Hi, mittens. Hi, mittens. Twiz
Without an X account. So yes, you can see them.
What? Okay. Twiz is doing things. Good job, Twiz. You guys remember how well he did when he washed his feet a few minutes ago? That was a shining moment for him. Good job, Twiz. It's doing the spinning wheel because Twiz is doing things and he has 1 bar. So let's see if I can just add. Wait, hold on. Okay, there we go. There we go. Hold on. He's doing. There we go. See, there we go. This is what it looks like on X without an account. Oh, are you trying to show us more things, Twiz? I didn't even know you could look at things without an account. That's funny. You removed it. Wait, what? I removed it so you can do it, put your back into it. What am I supposed to do? Use your words, Twiz. He's using his fingers instead. I already did it.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes, Twiz. What? Excellent. Yes. You know, I'm glad that he's confirmed that my back is in it. That's great. Is there a dog?
Geese. They're flying to Canada.
Huh? Dog?
The geese are flying to Canada.
Oh, the geese are amazing. Wow. Wow. Now this is a Verizon commercial. Is that a single? But Geese apparently going to Canada. Twiz has their itinerary, so that's a good idea. I thought it was a dog. Was it a dog? Was it a goose? It was.
No, they were flying in the perfect V. There was like 7 of them or something.
Oh, like they do in the movies. There we go. So, and we just finished this one, which was excellent timing. So that was number 7. Number 7 is done. So now we are on to number 8. Here's what I will say though. Frodo needs to go out. And so while I never know what to expect, I'm going to ask if Twiz can, like, you know, hold down the fort while I let Frodo out real quick, and so I can let him out to go pee. Is that okay, Twiz?
I don't know what to do.
You could, you know, sing a song, whatever you want to do.
Just have to.
It's a great moment, right?
Meg P, what did you think about the sentencing hearing today?
There you go. All right, I'll be right back in like 20 seconds. And remember, Twiz, you can
Meg
pull up
P, your sentencing hearing synopsis, ready, go.
Remember, Twiz, you can also pull up comments on screen. Okay.
I always use YouTube chat because it's way cooler. Tell us about today. I went to the hearing and then went to the press conference. And then I had Chick-fil-A. And then I started driving. And I was really irritated because I got stuck in construction for like a half an hour. Like my car didn't drive an inch further forward for like 30 minutes. And I was really irritated. And then, no, I couldn't really see Bryan from where I was sitting. What was fake? Baby wipes? Oh, I should probably use those. I brought them here for a reason. Here, let me show Heather. How I use baby wipes. It's sealed, right? Then you open them. And then you take one out. And then you close it. And you do this. Now your hands are clean. Now we have chat up again. You bawled your eyes out the entire time. Why? You're probably right. Lucy Morningstar. Hey, now that Bryan Kohberger's guilty, are you going to change your name back, or are we still being Lucy Morningstar? So the heart was from Massoff to have him concentrate on that rather than listening to like what Steve and shit were saying. Bryan is not guilty. Well, I hate to tell you, but he was sentenced to life today, and he's already in prison. So if that is not guilty, I don't know what guilty is. Was what black or purple? How is there blood at the apartments? That's a good question. What we need to know is if it's male blood or female blood, because if it's female blood, you know, somebody could have just been like running from the house and it dripped or something. But if it's male blood, then somebody got cut or something. What am I supposed to wipe? I just wiped my hands. You watched it. Wipe my mouth? The fuck do you think I am, a baby? Where am I shoving it? Lucy's being very aggressive in chat right now. Put the wipe in your mouth? No, thank you. I mean, it smells good, but I doubt it tastes good. And like paper on the tongue, that's fucking weird. Bryan is guilty. That doesn't mean he committed the crime, but legally he's guilty. Where do you want to fight about it? He said no, yes, guilty. Wow, we're gonna fight? I thought we were homies. You don't understand what? We can't fight. Hey, Carla, did you know that she was supposed to meet me on Linda Lane trial day 1, and we were going to fight death with K-bars, but now she's too scared to go to Idaho. The truth is, Bryan is guilty. He just didn't commit the crime. So soon, he'll be not guilty again, and then you'd be correct. Did you guys notice how she said she's going to be gone for like 20 seconds? It's been like a few minutes already. His eyebrows were on point today, and they complement the shape of his eyes nicely. How do I get chat on StreamYard to highlight that? I'm a pro streamer. Only fucking psychopath would step foot in Idaho. Well, what about if you step 2 feet in Idaho? Because I have 2 feet in Idaho right now. Is that like a double negative where it cancels itself out? Like when I crossed into Idaho, except like my feet were pretty parallel, so I don't know how I could have done that, but like 1 foot in Idaho for like a millisecond while I'm driving down the highway, I'm a psychopath, and then as soon as my other foot gets in there, it crosses each other out, and then I'm not a psychopath anymore? Or what? I didn't wipe my feet with wipies. I used the nozzle. Double down. Guilt doesn't change in my eyes with the law. If I know I'm innocent but I'm in jail, doesn't mean I'm guilty. What is going on? Can people stop talking in legal puzzles? We could. I'm just fucking around. Don't be hating. You're being a psychopath. Idaho aside. Well, I'm tired, so I don't know about psychopathic, but I probably could qualify as drunk.
Yeah, that's what you said earlier, Twiz. You were like, it's worse than drunk.
Yeah, exactly.
So there you go. Don't be driving now.
We only have one in chat and no 2s. Did you guys miss the directions? 1 in chat if Bryan's eyebrows were nice. 2s if they were not nice. Come on, guys.
We could make an official poll, but that would take a little bit of things.
I don't even know how to do that. I just put 1s in chat or 2s.
There you go.
Yeah, you do, Kane. Tomorrow night, drunk live with Twiz. It's
Are you going to go live for real?
Yep.
Because if you're going to go live, I won't schedule a live stream.
Why not?
Well, if you're going to go live on your channel.
It's going to be late because I'm going to drink.
So you want to be like an after party stream?
Yeah, for sure.
Because we could do that. I could actually set it up to redirect into your stream.
We could pre-funk here, you know?
Yeah, there you go.
I wasn't listening. I was too busy thinking about how much the G's scare me. You know, I thought Steve was going to go a lot harder. I'm surprised that what's-her-face went the hardest.
Yeah, that was surprising. I agree with that, Twiz. And also, I thought he wasn't going to speak at all or even come. Did y'all hear that?
So, yeah, it was, they weren't going. They were going to boycott it. And then they couldn't go because their daughter was going to college. And then they went and talked. But then last night, Bill finally told him stuff about that happened to Kaylee. And this just goes into his emotional manipulation. But he didn't even really go into what happened to Kaylee, which I thought was odd because apparently he said that he was going to.
Yeah, there was a lot of weird. There's a lot. We'll talk about it. Yeah, it was definitely not what I expected in a lot of ways. There were a lot of surprises. Really? Amanda says Ann Burgess helped him recraft his statement with a consulting team. Interesting. I wonder what the before was like. Oh dear. Do we want to even imagine?
Ann Burgess is that one dude's mom, right?
No. She's a forensic expert lady. She's like.
Oh, she's just been on his show.
She's on Joel's show tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, he was like, oh, I was like, Chelsea Whitaker, right? And he's like, yeah, like I know the name. And I was like, oh, she's one of the homies. And he was like, oh, like, did you ever go and chat? And I was like, yours? And he's like, yeah. I was like, I've been there a couple times. Like, you wouldn't know me though. I don't go in there very often. And I told him I watched the ones with like BTK and his daughter. I've watched a couple of them, but like his stuff on Kohberger just pisses me off. So.
Well, I'll tell you what though, as far as Adelson's, they're like the OG channel to cover it, and there's no better experts when it comes to that. Joel's got all the inside scoop, so it'll be really awesome as we go into heading into Donna's trial. Yeah, STS is definitely has the award when it comes to Adelson coverage. They've been on that case since day one before anyone even knew about it. It's actually how they started their channel. Was their case that they because it used to be him and his mom, and that's like how they first got started, was because they were covering that case because it was near where they live, and because of the connection of being Jewish. And anyway, that was back before anyone even knew what the Adelsons were, and no one had heard of it, and like they were covering it, and they've been on the case ever since. They are the best for Adelson. Yep. So you heard it from me, but you also, more importantly, you heard it from Amanda, and that's how you know it's facts. Yep.
I just don't understand how like people can be good at some things and then just mess up the Kohberger stuff so bad.
Well, I will just say that STS and Amanda can second this took a really long hiatus from Kohberger for like 6 or 8 months. And actually, because remember, they were going to talk of having me on, and then that went by the wayside. Amanda said they kept meaning to, and then Joel has his ADHD was too bad or something. I'm sure she will clarify since she's here. But like they literally didn't cover it for like maybe 8 months or something. And they missed all the stuff that in the interim was like a lot of really fucking important stuff. It was like all the stuff with the IDG. It was like the Franks hearing, the motions to suppress, like all the really important shit. And like after all that is when it was like Joel was going to jump back in. And like at that point, you can't really get fully caught up unless you like literally, I don't know, do like 8-hour live streams every day only on that. You know what I mean? So I will just say that much for one thing. Thank you, Amanda. Amanda says they did not follow any details of all the hearings, right? Or even the court documents, right? And of which in this particular case with Kohberger, there's way more court documents than other cases, like way more. It's way more documents. In other cases, say even take the Adelsons, right? It's really easy to get caught up because like even if you go over all the court documents, there's like one a week maybe. You know what I mean? Versus like 50 bazillion a day almost at certain times with this case. So in other words, like, it's just a different caseload to try to make sure you don't miss anything. And it's just really less possible unless like with Kohberger, it's like you had to literally follow all of it, every hearing and every document, like we did and other channels did. Otherwise you were gonna, you're missing a lot if you take even like you can't skip anything. So anyways, Dana has a long distance call. Hope they don't charge you an arm and a leg. Have fun with that. That's really funny. Amanda says he would lose track of his nose on his face. Right. I love STS. Yeah, I mean, I love Joel. I love Joel and COE and Spacey. I love their sense of humor. I love Joel's self-deprecating sense of humor. And the sarcasm, like his sense of humor is, I love it. It's like the self-deprecating and like super sarcastic and witty and like, I don't know. I just really enjoy it. I think it's great. And I love, getting with different perspectives. You know, I discovered them during Murdoch, right before the Murdoch trial. And the reason is because they had everybody on there. Eric Bland, like all the people involved in Murdoch, all the attorneys like were on STS like almost every day. And I was like, oh my God, you mean I get to hear from them for like 2 hours instead of a 20-second talking head? And it was like, you know, long form interviews. And I was like, and they're all there talking with each other. Like, this is amazing. But that's how I discovered STS was like right before, well, not right before, maybe like a couple months before the Murdoch trial. Yeah, he's not the best for like actual deep dives, but he gives good info. I 100% agree. He has good info and tries to provide a lot of perspectives. Yep. It's very different than other channels on like, for example, like LawTube, right? Because he's like interviewing people versus like covering you know what I mean? It's a different approach, but I think it's equally as interesting and educational. And it's nice to have a change of and boy, the Fridays back in the day used to be so unhinged too. I'm telling you, some of those I injured myself laughing when anyways. So yeah. Does anyone know where an arm and a leg came from? I have no idea. Twiz is up. Are you washing your feet again, Twiz?
Rubik's Cube.
We're Rubik's cubing. Back to the Rubik's Cube. Excellent. Well done,
I haven't
Twiz.
moved my feet because they're wet, so I'm letting them dry.
Oh, Kane had the answer to that one. It was not a rhetorical question.
I feel like he set us up with that. It probably is. It seems logical.
It does seem logical. And Kane, if that's true, I love history and I love the little tidbits like this. This is amazing. And it makes sense. But it's also one of those things where it seems so logical that one could make it up and it would seem believable. Like, isn't there a game like that where you like make up a fact that seems real and then people believe it? What is that game? What is that called?
What game?
There's like a game or a game show or something, right? Where it's like they give you a set of real facts and then one of them is made up, but like the goal is like you make up the one that's made up. You want it to be believable so people don't know.
Yeah, it's 2 truths and a lie.
Is that what it is?
Right?
I guess so. How did they do that game show? What is it called? I never watched it. Family, what is it called? I don't know. I can't remember. I haven't watched a game show in, I don't know, 20,000 years maybe.
Kane is setting us up.
What was the original version? Right. There was like a TV show or something like that where they had it, where it's like the family-friendly version.
Piss poor came from tanning your leather with your own piss, I bet.
What? Oh. I missed the question. I want to know where piss poor came from. Please, Kane, tell us. We want the scuttlebutt. Hollywood Squares. I don't know that one.
We don't want Kane at all, actually. So no scuttlebutt here. Please. Have you ever been in the same room as him, dude? Like...
Oh, balderdash. That might be what I'm thinking of. You mean
Yep,
Kane?
see, called it. Called it.
I think that's what I'm thinking of, though, Just Beth. I think you nailed it with balderdash. I think that's the one. Balderdash. Kane says people used to sell their urine to the leather tannery, so they were piss poor. Oh, if you didn't have a bucket, you didn't have a pot. Where do you learn all this, Kane? Like, are you just like holding out on us?
What do you mean? I literally solved the riddle live on your channel. I already said the answer.
I heard it, but like, I didn't know if this was just like an insanely tired, like Twiz, like sleep deprived delusion or.
Listen, just because I'm sleep deprived doesn't mean I'm stupid. I.
And you know, that reminds me, we had some fun back, didn't we? We did like trivia night a couple times on members only live streams. That was fun. And we also did the Never Have I Ever. That was a more X-rated version of fun. Those of you guys who were there. What do they do with the urine? Of
course it was X-rated with you around.
Psh, hold on.
I am not a hoe. I am not a hoe. Balls.
There's mosquitoes.
Oh no. Did you not wear bug spray or bring bug spray?
Why would I have bug spray? You think I was planning on stopping on some tiny ass Idaho town to go live on YouTube on my way home?
Fair point, Twiz. Fair point. Fair point. Kane says he has an excellent girlfriend story, or an ex-girlfriend. Sorry, both. Excellent ex-girlfriend story about Balderdash. Wonderful. Never have ever was fun that night. Yeah, Too Fast. I think Too Fast, you tied in first place for most life experiences. Frank's was high up there. Shout out Frank's. Frank's was high up there. Right now, she's being bombarded by a bunch of kids. Sounds like on vacation. That's not so much of a vacation. Sounds like chaotic. And then
where did Mary go?
Who?
Mary.
Mary said she was here at the beginning. She said she couldn't stay. I forget where she was going. If you scroll way back hours ago, you can see it's at the beginning of the chat, but she said she couldn't stay. Oh yeah, she said she's like chasing ostriches somewhere or something, like for her job. Like some animal that starts with an O, osprey. I don't remember. She's doing some cool thing for her job. And she's like,
Osprey, like the bird?
Maybe.
Ocelot, like the cat?
Could be. What other animals start with O? Are there only two? Ocelot, osprey. How do you say it?
Owl.
Oh, owl. Twiz, thank you. Excellent. Yes, owl.
Orangutan.
Oranges is not an animal though, but good. Thank you for trying.
He inspired me to say orangutan from Oranges though, so I'll allow it.
All right, ostrich. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Orangutan. You guys are so smart. Works. How do we feel about that one, Twiz?
That's really funny that he put it that way. Actually.
Why is that?
Because I sent you a meme the other day about eating orcs, and it was spelled like that.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. Otter, yes. Thank you guys. Otters. I love otters. Are so freaking cute. Oh my god, I can't even.
What about Down syndrome pit bulls?
Also love them. By the way, as far as the drugs go, we have not gotten there yet in the documents. We're going in.
Do you want to see Down syndrome pit bull though? I'll send it to you right now.
We don't know yet, Mittens, on that. We're going in order. It might be in this doc. It might be in the next one. We don't know yet. Octopus, thank you. Oh my god, opossum. Wow, brilliant with that one, because that O oftentimes gets neglected. Right, just possum is what you usually hear. Orangutans, Twiz got that one.
I just texted you the syndrome. I texted you the Down syndrome pit bull, yeah.
You don't have to be sorry, Mittens. Okay, let's see what Twiz texted me. I'm not getting a text yet. Oxen, you guys are so smart. Oh my god, Squirker is the best. If we all were in person.
Well, yeah, I have really bad internet. I only have one bar right now.
That's why.
That's not enough bars. I need more bars. I need to go full fucking Jay-Z and get some bars in this bitch.
There you go. If we were all in person together, we would like slaughter like a trivia night. Like, no kidding. I've got the classical music covered. Okay, there's the picture. Where there's an otter in the picture. I'm not sure what I'm looking at here. There's an otter.
So basically this one morning I woke up and I looked at my phone, right? And I saw the dog laying next to it, and I saw that, and I was like, what the fuck is that? A Down syndrome pit bull? So I texted to Heather, and then I was like, oh, it's an otter.
Oh my god. So Twiz thought an otter was a dog. That's what that is. Oh god.
A Down syndrome dog. Tell me that doesn't look like a Down syndrome pit bull.
Okay.
Just saying.
We need Twiz. You guys, y'all all know what a baby otter looks like. I don't.
Actually, I could do this. Watch. I'm fucking magical, all right? I'm magical.
Please do it. The people have to see this because I can't explain this well enough with words.
Dun, dun, dun.
Good night, Super Planet Girl. We love you.
Who's leaving?
Hang in there for a second.
No, she can't leave. She has to wait.
You got to see this
SPG, you
otter.
have to wait for the Down syndrome pitbull.
Yeah, the otter. Right. Let's all see the. Let's wait to see the
Down
otter.
syndrome.
Oh my God.
Pitbull.
Orca, thank you. Yes. Wonderful.
There you are.
I'm trying to get it prepped so that it's ready for
Down syndrome pitbull.
Here it comes. Incoming. Any minute
Damn, dude,
now.
the mosquitoes are coming out. Okay, I just put it on your Discord so you could put it on the thing.
Twiz. But then
Because you know it'll take 30 seconds for me to do it.
I have to open Discord on my computer.
Do not do that. All right. I got it. I
don't have it already open, and you know how it always on the computer.
Just chill. I got it. Just chill. I got it.
I will say that is one thing that's funny about Discord. Like on the phone, it just there's none of that. On the computer, it's always like updates for some reason, and I don't have it open. So Twiz is gonna get it. Okay, here we go. Any minute. There it is. Can you zoom in?
Down syndrome pitbull. Can I zoom in?
You guys.
Guess.
Heather, I don't even. I'm dead. Oh my God, Twiz! This might win of all the Twiz moments. This might win. This might win. This is the best one of all.
You know when like you wake up and like your eyes aren't working right? Down syndrome pitbull.
Nice excuse, Twiz. I was literally gonna say, what if your brain's not working right? You know, more like that.
Hey, that's really rude, okay? My brain is fucked up. That's really rude.
Twiz says, Twiz also in the chat. I can't, you guys, Twiz. I get to, how's it a dog? I don't. Super Planner Girl, I hope you see why we want to. Isn't it adorable? I also want to adopt it. But like before we get to that, before I get to like how cute and how much I love it, it's gonna take me a year to even process the fact that Twiz thought it was a dog of any kind. I don't care what kind of dog. I don't care what's wrong with your eyes. I don't care what time of day. Like it's amazing. It was worth staying, wasn't it? Twiz is asking. I mean, amazing. Twiz.
Tell me I'm wrong.
You mean the dog is?
Well, yeah, but you think a fucking otter is going to be next to a dog? You're going to think it's two dogs, especially when you got sleepy eyes.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Guys.
You guys are judging me.
Words. I don't have any words, but it's Twiz. It's Twiz. Is what it is. What is it is it is yes. Heather. Oh, okay. Right. George will stick. Yeah. George will
You know what, Heather? I'd like to see you do this.
Hold on. There he is. This Rubik's Cube. We got props, guys. Look at him go. Look at him go.
Oh, I fucked up. I'm not at my A game. What's wrong with you? I do this all day.
That's so. I wouldn't even know what to do if you handed me one of those. What is even the goal? I don't even know what the goal is.
What?
Yeah,
what kind of childhood did you have?
A very musical one.
That's weird.
You guys, Don't Be Hatin' says, I mean, I strangely agree. Dogs are basically otters. LOL. That is so kind of you to say that for Twiz. Thank you. Amanda says, I mean, there is a dog in the pic, so I get it. Again, very generous. Thank you for that, Super Planner Girl.
You gotta wake up. You gotta wake up in the morning and then do it, right? And then you'll see Down syndrome Pitbull.
Look at how fast he's spinning those things. Amazing. Thank you, Mouse.
Finished.
Wow,
I don't want to hear any in the chat saying I can't do it. I did it. Fuck you.
But like, how do you mix it up though? Because it can't be cheating. Like, if you're the one that's solving it, but you're the one that's like unsolving it, like, how do you do it to where it's legit?
How do I? This is what I do. I'll show you my mixer upper technique. Okay, I do this. Okay, then I flip two bottom pieces. Okay, I flipped these two pieces, so they're in the wrong spot, and then it rotates some shit. And then I do this, and then I rotate these. This one rotated this way, this one stayed the same, these two rotated some ways. Then I just do this for like 30 seconds, right?
Okay.
Just do some random shit. And then I just throw it in the air, and then I catch it, and then I do whatever color landed up first in the middle.
Do you for real throw it in the air? I'm going to die. Do you really throw it in the air?
Didn't you just watch me throw it in the air?
Well, it might have been a bit laggy due to, you know, the circumstances that we are in, that we find ourselves in at the picnic table place.
Listen, I know my internet isn't up to your standards, okay, but I'm doing the best that I can. I'm in some small ass town in Idaho with 2 bars of service.
I'm saying I missed part of the trick with the throwing. Does Twiz also have a strong grip? I think so. I would imagine so. Don't be hating. You and me both. You and me both. The only way I could do that is to change the stickers. Yep.
They don't even use stickers anymore, and you can't take these apart.
So no cheating. Well, then we're screwed. Don't be hating. We're screwed. We're screwed. Look at him go. It is talent. That is talent. Do you ever like time yourself, Twiz?
I mean, I have before. Boom.
Do you last
finish,
longer
right?
than 2 minutes?
And then I checker. The goal is to not last 2 minutes. Always. Never forget.
Do you throw it up in the air again after you've solved it as a celebratory move?
Not unless I mix it up first.
Okay, so it's only at that certain time. Got it. Okay. Yes, Super Planner Girl, I know. So you guys don't. So Super Planner Girl and I have met in real life, and she's just highlighting it's been just over a year. And we went to a dog-friendly coffee shop, and I met her dogs, and it was amazing. Actually, you only had one of your dogs. I forget which dog did you have, Luna? Can't remember which dog you had. You only had one of your dogs, though. But yes, it was amazing. And Super Planner Girl's husband is also amazing. You guys would love him. It's too bad he's not into following cases, because y'all would absolutely love having him in the chat hanging out with us, because he's awesome. Carla wants some clarification about the 2 minutes. So not to last 2 minutes.
Yeah, you never want to last 2 minutes. That's way too long.
Too long. Toss long? Too long.
So this one time, I don't know if I've told this story or if you've heard it right, but this one time when I was living in Pullman before, I had some friends that were in a sorority, right? So I went and had dinner at the sorority. So it's like me, a dude with like 100 chicks in the room. And it was like the most awkward moment of my life ever. And I did Rubik's Cubes, and I didn't even get my dick sucked. So what's up?
Congratulations. Is that the...
I mean, I wasn't trying to get my dick sucked. That was just like a funny
okay. I guess that's
ending.
part of it. It was like, what was the goal here? What was the objective? He didn't get his dick sucked, is what it is. Yeah, some people are still confused, Twiz. Do we need to tell the story again? I think some people are not sure.
That's a one-time only story. Until the next time.
Until the next. Good night, Super Planner Girl. We love you. Did you not want that? Right. It seems like he did not want that to happen. Correct, Mittens. I think that's what it is. And there's Kane. Are you talking about guacamole? No. Never enough guac, I will say. Freaking love guacamole. Also, welcome back. Someone was just asking where you went, and Kane is here, apparently eating guacamole. I love guacamole.
Dude, why? I don't understand. Like, why would you want to last more than 2 minutes? Yeah, that's just like a waste of time and energy.
Waste of time and energy. You heard it here first, guys.
Don't you guys think?
Kane says, I can see Chelsea telling a Twiz didn't get his dick sucked story at work. You know, they would love it. They would love it. They got a little bit of Twiz stories today because we were talking about the sentencing. Hilarious. Oh my God. That's one thing that's great about defense attorneys, right? Because they curse like, you know, all the time. And they love the stories, right? There's like, they have that sense of humor. Anyway, you guys know. They're a bit different than other types of attorneys. Like defense attorneys are like, in a lot of ways, probably, I guess you could say more fun. I don't know. They're also just like this is part of like their everyday life is like nothing will surprise them. And like, I don't know, anyways. A dry county? Does that exist? I don't think that's a thing anymore, right? Are you saying that's a thing still?
In Utah, they have some.
Really?
They might have some in Idaho because Idaho's pretty Mormon too.
In North Carolina, on Sundays, the liquor stores are closed and you cannot buy alcohol after 11 p.m. anywhere. But we don't have
that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
It's better
like
than
I know alcoholics are alcoholics, but like can't you plan the fuck ahead for Sunday and like buy your alcohol Saturday?
Literally, I'm not even joking.
This.
I'm not even joking. If you go to like here, it has to be the ABC store. It's the only place that can sell liquor. If you go to the ABC store on a Saturday night at like 8:55, right? Because they close at 9. If you go at like 8:55, literally, it's like the flood of people that realize, oh shit, it's Saturday night, and it's like everybody shows up, and it's like a frenzy. It's really funny. It's really funny. Everyone's like, oh no, right? Because then they have to wait until Monday. It's pretty fucking funny.
Sometimes I throw the Rubik's Cube super high in the air, like 30 feet.
What is that?
I'm just kidding.
Or is it like a bit?
I just made that part up.
He made it up. He made it up, guys. But why not, though? I mean, why not?
I mean, I could. I just don't. It's kind of like, you know, lasting 2 minutes. Like, what's the point? It's too much effort for the. It's too much effort for the return that you get.
Kane's just coming in with some more facts here. And meanwhile, I hate the word moist. And I think that Mittens, like, does anyone else hate the word moist? It's like my least favorite word.
Most females do because y'all are weird.
Did you know that Lynchburg, where Jack Daniels is made, is a dry county? I mean, wow, Kane. Is Kane just like sitting there like finding like fun trivia facts to like chime in with, or like what is happening?
He's probably like one of those sites that like is 20 fun facts to tell your friends at the next party or something. That's probably actually where I learned what piss poor means, to be honest. So like it's not a bad way to go, but
right, for sure. Yeah, I also hate the word moist. And yes, there are states that have drive-through liquor stores. Where was it? I think Minnesota, I think does. I think, which is interesting. I mean, talk about like, it's like, hey, want to drink and drive?
There are states where you can just deliver it to your house.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, like through like DoorDash and Instacart. Like Arizona got banned from selling or delivering alcohol a few years ago. I forget for what, but somebody did something stupid that they weren't supposed to.
Well, it seems like a really easy way. I was literally just thinking for minors to get alcohol, right? Because like they can't really fully verify it. And also then you have like plausible deniability.
Well, now they can scan your ID. They just scan your ID.
Kane says he delivers food all the time.
Did you ever watch Super Troopers?
No.
I hate you.
I hate you back, Twiz. Oh my God. Yeah, I don't know.
So we're doing documents? What are we doing? What are we doing here?
Yeah, we're doing docs. You have to show your ID. Oh, you have to show it and they don't scan it. Thank you for that, Kane. See, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, it seems like people could easily, you know, finagle some shit. Take a pic and enter the info. And exactly. So that way the liability is not on the driver because the driver was presented the ID, they entered the info, right? And that's what I'm saying is like the person who orders it, if they're underage, for example, you know, the liability would still fall on them. But like if they were to
Chelsea, guess the temperature of Cascade, Idaho currently.
Give me just a second.
No, I said guess.
What do you think I'm doing?
You're cheating.
No, I'm
Cheater.
not.
Cheater, cheater.
65 degrees. How'd I do?
Mine's 66, but we're close.
P. Fox hates the word penetrate. That's interesting. Huh. I wonder if do you think there's like some childhood trauma behind that or like what? I mean, I don't mean that in a weird, anyway. Like, that's interesting. I just find that interesting.
Yeah, from the top. Jesus Christ. Chelsea got full Epstein on us.
Oh, Lord. Right. That's a good word. I would have thought, right? Alessi, Mr. Penetrometer, you know, penetrating. There's different types of penetrating, like ground penetrating radar or like a deep condition that penetrates.
This chick showed me a picture of Alessi when he was young. It had like a fro. It was amazing.
Oh, I saw that. I saw that.
This must have sucked my blood.
Damn it, you're freaking. Yeah, he just got. I was literally just about to tell him that his internet, it was doing well, and then it went wonky again, and he got booted. So, right before I could tell him, he learned it himself. Actually, perfect opportunity though. Let's get back to the docs, guys. Have good fun. Good morning, Miss Pottage. Welcome. Good morning, chaps. Yes. What is the female version of chaps? Ladies and chaps. Chippies and chaps. Choopies and chaps. Sometimes I'll just make up the answer if I don't know it when it comes to stuff like that. Let us know. Actually, I bet Kane knows. Kane is like all full of knowledge tonight. So chippies and chaps, choppies. What do you guys think? TWIZ'S is back. Better than ever. Hello, TWIZ. Uh-oh. If you're trying to speak, we cannot hear you. And you're not muted.
Oh.
Are you there?
Yeah, it took forever to get. That's what she said.
Yes. I can hear you a little bit. You had a good streak. Faux show. It's just a gross word. Oh, fair. So here's what I got. Here's what I got of the joke. Here's one of the parts that I was able to hear. I was able to hear him say, "It kicked me out and it took me forever to get back in. That's what she said." Is that the full?
That was the joke.
Very excellent. Great. We got it. It was it wasn't easy to hear, but like I pieced it together using you know, what do they call it? Context clues and whatnot, you know?
You did a mighty fine job.
You can hear him Rubik's cubing. I love it. And every time we hear this sound from now on until the end of time, we will know that TWIZ'S is Rubik's cubing.
Pretty much.
That's interesting. Yeah. See, grocery stores can't sell liquor here. You have to go to an ABC store. But like in Minnesota, the one time I was there, and where I also saw like the drive-through stores, they sell liquor everywhere. Like you can go to the gas station and buy liquor. Like you can buy liquor literally anywhere. And yeah, it's wild.
I lived in Washington when they went from having to sell liquor at liquor stores to being able to buy it in groceries. It was awesome.
Don't Be Hatin' says, I tried all day to find TWIZ'S for tea from today. What are you talking about? Don't Be Hatin' TWIZ'S. Does this make sense to you?
I tried all day to find TWIZ'S from tea from today. I don't know.
We aren't sure. Don't Be Hatin'. We are not sure.
If you're saying you were trying to find me at the hearing, you won't, because I wasn't on camera at all.
I did. I tried to find him as well. Kane's Public used to have a Chinese buffet. Oh, tea from trial. Tea from the hearing. Tea. She like spill the tea. Scuttlebutt. Scuttlebutt. Sorry. Full circle again. Double
Spill
full
the
circle.
tea. What? I don't. I like you watched you watched it.
Double circle. Tea. Literally, don't be hating is exact. We're on the same page. Like back to this morning when I'm texting Twiz. What's the scuttlebutt? And he's like, what does that even mean? And like, I don't even like. It's just we got. I wouldn't even know that the fountain was empty, except I asked. It wasn't like he wasn't like, here's some tea, here's some scuttlebutt. I was like, how's the fountain? And he's like, it's empty of water. So I feel you on that one. Don't be hating. It's just not. It's not right. Any other observations? Any tea? Twiz. He kept saying Twiz's arm.
We're gonna have to ask me when I'm sober and I watch it again.
Okay. You know, that's a great point because we're going to watch it again together and we can totally do that tomorrow. That would be great. If Twiz is sober tomorrow, because what we'll do is we can watch it tomorrow since we did the docs tonight.
I'm supposed to drunk stream tomorrow. What are you talking about?
Twiz, we talked about this. Remember the part where we said we're going to do a plan where I go before you and then we redirect into your stream? Remember that?
That's what she said. That's what she said.
Yes, great. Good one, Twiz. Oh, this is amazing. So yes, that will be the plan. So you can be be sober for the one, and then we will watch the hearing, and then we will redirect into your live stream, and then you can be drunk and do the thing. Bitch, better do it in under 2 minutes then. We got a thing for that. Hang on.
Your Honor, I can't do this in 2 minutes.
Excellent. All right, let's see if we can go through. What should we do? Try one more doc here. All right, what have we got? Rosinski again. I think we already saw one from him. I received a phone call advising me there was a quadruple homicide. Right, back to that part. Put on my uniform. Okay, right. So basically, the first paragraph is like the less important part. Now that we've read a bazillion of these. Okay, the following day on 11/14, I learned. Oh, here's the sheath. The sheath makes an appearance. I learned that a sheath was found inside the apartment.
Wait, say that again.
The sheath, it makes its first appearance.
The following day on 11/14, they found the sheath.
Right.
It wasn't planted. GTFO.
You're right. There's the brand. So let me read. So on the 14th, learned that a sheath was found.
Stop. I gotta do something right now. Just give me 1 second. I gotta snip that.
So he's snipping. I just want to note while he's snipping that
all right, you can go.
This doesn't even necessarily mean the sheath was found on that day, right? Let me if you look at the language in here, it says I learned that a sheath was found. So on the just to be clear, on the 14th, this officer learns that a sheath had been found. So it was probably found on the 13th, the sheath, right? Tan in color and had a Marine Corps eagle, globe, and anchor EGA symbol on the sheath. The words USMC were located under the EGA and key bar was above the EGA. I was tasked to follow up with businesses.
Is this from Brett Payne?
No, this is from Rosinski. Right here.
Oh.
I was meaning to highlight.
Rosinski?
There's a lot of names that I had never heard before on these because they're all different people and a lot of them I'd never heard the names before. But I was meaning to highlight things all along and I forgot until now. So we're going to do it now because I want to highlight it. So and we have the color that I like here as well. Because it's the first time that the sheath is mentioned. So we're gonna. There we go. Excellent. See, very good. Okay. I was tasked to follow up with businesses in town to see if that particular knife was sold there. I followed up with the Tri-State Outfitters, Big Five Sporting Goods, Big Five, Moscow Building Supply, Spence Hardware, and Walmart, because there always has to be a Walmart. Each of the above stores does not sell a K-Bar brand a knife. on iPhone. Hi, Rolla, welcome. While at Walmart, I was speaking with a staff member, and they were showing him the knives on display, or she was rather. She told me about 2 to 3 weeks ago, a white college-aged male asked for a black ski mask that would cover his face. This worker was unable to provide much detail other than he was taller than she was and maybe had tan skin complexion. This person also advised that they did not have any black ski masks and only camo. And so the person walked away. What is Twiz bathing in? It's a good question. Right. We have not gotten the report from the original finder. Now, it might be, it's entirely possible it's in here somewhere and we haven't gotten there yet. I don't know, because there's a bazillion of these, as I showed y'all earlier. So we will see if we do find out. Are you bathing in, what is Twiz bathing? Okay, I'm going to keep reading. So while at Walmart, right, we read that one. Right. Okay. They didn't have black ski mask, only camo, so the person walked away. Okay. On 11/14, at about 11:45 hours, I spoke with somebody at the Memorial Gym substation. What does that mean? Memorial Gym substation. Is this a sandwich shop? Is this the subway like a train? Is this the gym? But then where's the sub come in? Is it a gym where you get food? Like sub sandwich? What is, I don't know I don't understand. Memorial Gym substation. That sounds like so many things combined into one name. Okay. Add it to the list of mysteries, I suppose. Somebody is currently the blank for the fraternity. I asked person if he could walk me through what he did on the night of 11/12 and on the early morning of 11/13. Somebody said at around 18:30, should I read it with an accent? It's a gym at a police substation. Kane knows everything tonight. Thank you, Kane, for knowing everything tonight. And also this. Yeah, right? I know. Felt lost with that one too. So yes. Okay. Should I read it with an accent? No, I'm not going to do it. All right. Keep going. So the party, right. So-and-so said there was a party. Who's at a party? The party was at the Treehouse, which is an off. But has anybody here ever seen Swiss Family Robinson? I hope somebody has. Best treehouse of all time.
That's a real. I think you just made that up. I've never even heard of that before.
Are you stop it? Really?
I don't know.
How is this not a part of your childhood? It was a part of my childhood. Are you sure? It's that treehouse is freaking magical fuck. Oh my god. We need to. Okay. We'll fix this on another day. I'm gonna make a note, not a mental note. I'm gonna make a written note that this needs to be fixed. Swiss Family Robinson treehouse. It is the most epic thing of all time. We'll figure out a way to do it, maybe through Discord or something. Okay. And the real one at Disney, I was literally just going to say there's also one at Disney. And yes, I've seen that. I've been there too also as a kid. I feel like they left some stuff out, which I don't blame them, because the one in the movie is like, you couldn't duplicate that magic, honestly. But they did try. They did, fountain, dude. Fountain. Waterless fountains and tiny waterfalls of it all. I didn't even know there was a book. Learned something new there as well. We'll do a thing on another live stream. We'll maybe tomorrow night. We'll see if we can pull up, like, I don't know if I can show a clip without getting in trouble, but pictures. Kane's familiar with Kane's familiar with the one at Disney. Mittens is familiar with the book. Am I the only one who's actually seen the movie though? Is the question. Kane's also familiar with the book. Okay. The Treehouse, which is an off-site campus house for the sorority, blah, blah, blah. So-and-so did not know the specific address, but said the house is near the White's apartments. So-and-so said at the party he saw EA, who was with her boyfriend. So-and-so said EA was the only member of the frat or sorority, whatever it is, that he recognized at the party. So-and-so said he left at around 2200 or 2300 hours. So-and-so said he went back to, I guess that's the frat, and went and watched a movie with somebody and some other people. They watched movies. So-and-so said he went to the corner club. You can find me in the club. Okay. At around 01:49 hours on 11/13 to pick up JG, JD, and NR. R said they were alone and not with anyone. R said he dropped 3 individuals off at their apartment on King Road. After he dropped them off, he went home. Okay, there's that one. The Treehouse? Or is someone asking what's something called? Twiz, are you asking what are you asking about now? What's being called? Oh, I need to save my changes. Hold on. No, don't save it there. Hold on. Save it in its folder. Hold on. Oh my God. No. Oh my God. Hold on just a second. Okay.
What are you doing over there?
I was saving it with my highlighted changes. Okay, so now we're on Aaron Morris. Again, another officer I've never heard of. Officer Morris. What's he got? So now, here's a new thing. We've got prosecuting attorneys entering the residence for the first time. That's a highlight. I meant to be doing this the whole time.
Is that normal for prosecutors to go to crime scenes like that?
You know, sometimes it's not. It's definitely not like a hard and fast rule that they all do that. Like I'm sure there's some prosecuting attorneys who never go to the crime scene, at least like not in the immediate aftermath, right? That like I would say it's the less often. What's the word I'm looking for? It's not the norm. It's the exception to the norm. Is that what I'm looking for?
Exception to the rule.
Yeah, something like that. Like that's not typical. It's atypical.
Are you tired, drunk?
Maybe.
What's going on here?
Yours is contagious. The movie thing is Swiss Family Robinson. Here, I'll put it in the chat. Excellent movie. Great movie, you guys. And all the animals, and then when they ride the animals at the end, oh my God. And then the pirates. The pirates is so scary. Even as an adult, that scares the shit out of me every time, even though I know what's going to happen. Oh, it's such a great movie. Such a great. And there's ostriches. Full circle on the ostriches. Wow, we are on point tonight. Full circle with the ostriches on that one. Yeah, it is unusual for prosecutors to go to the crime scene, like in the immediate aftermath.
That's from freaking 1960.
Yeah. So have you seen it, Twiz?
No, definitely not.
Okay. Yeah, they usually get briefed on it. Right. Normally there's not a reason to go, right? Like only in certain situations. But again, you wouldn't be in the immediate aftermath, right? Because you wouldn't know why you need, like, okay, when would a prosecutor need to do that in a normal situation, like need to go to the crime scene? It would probably be way after the fact, after all the evidence has been collected, all the discoveries in, when they look at what they have and they're like, you know what we don't have? And then it's like fill in the blank. And it's like the only way to get fill in the blank is to go there, right? But you wouldn't be able to do that immediately because you don't even have, none of the evidence has been processed yet. That's why it's weird, because they should wait until they have everything coming in. They've processed it. At this point, they don't have a case yet, right? That's the other thing. There's no case yet. So the fact that they're involved at all is unusual to me. I remember thinking that at the time, like when this all went down and they were like, oh, the prosecutors were at the house one. I was like, that's fucking weird. But it's even weirder to me now that I have so much more experience in like working with attorneys and all that. And,
and Bill Thompson, like that's a shady motherfucker.
So this is
if
interesting.
Bryan Kohberger murdered 4 people, I would still feel safer in a room with Bryan than Bill Thompson. That dude's fucking psycho.
So there you go. Somebody else arrived shortly after with her cadaver dogs to attempt to locate a blood trail from the residence. Great point, Kane. That's a great point. They still have a case now. Yeah, that's a great point. So ISP entered the residence at 11:25 hours. Detective Vargas entered at 11:26 and left at 12:26. Sergeant Blaker entered at 11:26. Okay, this is just them coming and going. Oh, there's Jennings. Ooh. And Thompson. Jennings and Thompson. Oh my God, there they are. So when it's the prosecuting attorneys at this juncture, it's like, in my mind, it's like that could really have been anyone from the office, because again, there's no case yet. So like, in other words, it's entirely possible that somebody from the office went, but it doesn't, in my mind, that doesn't necessarily mean it was whoever ended up with the case, right? Because as we know, they switched out and, whatever. It was Jennings and Thompson, of all things. You've got to be kidding. Oh my God. Prosecuting attorney Ashley Jennings and William Thompson entered at 11:30 hours and left at 11:53 hours. PA Jennings re-entered at 1200 hours. So she came back alone without Thompson. Wow. So that gets a highlight. Then the canine came in. Everything was cleared. And that's the end of that one pretty much. Hi, Bunny. Welcome. Happy to see you. Kane is celebrating with lots of bunnies. Lots of bunnies in the chat. Lots of bunnies in the chat. Blue bunny. Ice cream. Blue bonnet. Blue basket. So I need to make sure I save this. Plethora buns is right. All right, next one. Moving right along. We're on number 10 out of a million. Okay. Jacob, again, Jacob Tesdall. Every one of these is like, so far I think that I've recognized what maybe like 2 names of these potentially, and the rest I'm like never heard these people. Okay, so this is on November 12th, 2022 at about 2100 hours, I began an overtime shift for a plainclothes detail on the University of Idaho campus and related areas. This patrol was for minors in possession or consumption of alcohol, along with alcohol and drug offenses. I wonder if we're going to be getting to the drugs part. During this patrol, I and the other officer with me only had our body-worn cameras. We were operating out of the Moscow Police Department for a fusion. Oh, is this when they find the people in the field? I bet that's
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Okay.
The Banfield boys.
We wrapped around the, that's what this is. Okay. During one of the patrols in this area, while approaching the southwest corner of 500 Queen Road, I recall seeing a darker colored vehicle with taillights on. This vehicle was parked facing south. On the south side of the parking lot towards the west end, there was a short section of the parking lot which extended to the west of 500 Queen Road, which is where the vehicle was. Each time we patrolled this area, I drove the same route. Only they're just seeing the vehicle. Let's see. During the final patrol, which to the best of my recollection was between 200 and 300 hours, we traveled north on the west side of the apartment complex. I saw several individuals approaching the residence at 1120 King Street. During this detail, I was looking for alcoholic beverages, open containers, and individuals who appeared to be intoxicated. I observed the individuals as I drove past, but did not see any reason to contact them for our related patrol. I recall my view of the individuals being obstructed by vehicles. They're being obstructed by vehicles and brush. Hey, hold on. What about, remember earlier the decorative stonework in the yard that obscured something earlier? What was it? The trail of footprints? And it was like, oh, they had all this decorative shit in the yard and then it ruined it, basically. And then I made the joke about pillows. Are we having another situation of that here? Like, again, decorative shit ruining it, like, all the time, right? Check it out. Like, they're getting the views obstructed. So they couldn't tell. The individuals are walking close a vehicle. I think that's supposed to say close to a vehicle, which was parked in the northeast corner of the lot. As I turned onto Queen Road, which traveled west, I continued to view the individuals. From my recollection, there were at least 2 individuals, possibly 3. I recall one of the individuals having blonde hair. I do not recall exactly how many individuals there were, what they were wearing, or any other details because they was just looking for drunkenness. How did they not see drunken? Anyways, whatever. How's your Rubik's Cube going there, Twiz?
I'm not using it at the moment. It's sitting here checkered.
Is it really?
Yeah, I just solved it.
Isn't it lonely?
No.
Okay, well, that's good.
It can only go for so long, you know, like it's not just.
I set you up for that one. That's what she said. I set you up for that one.
Or did I set you up for that one?
You know what?
We set up each other. Holy shit.
There you go. There you go. Yes.
Ha ha ha. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question.
Oh my God. Yes. High five, Twiz. Actually, we can
I
actually
kind of feel like putting shoes on.
Interesting.
And a sweatshirt. It's kind of chilly out now.
Who wants to put some shoes on? Well, you know, with your very clean feet, you know, what better way to celebrate that?
My feet are wet still.
Like
I kind of did this at the wrong time of night, you know, because like it was starting to get dark and I was in the shade. I should have been. It was hot. Silly me.
Well, how are your feet not dry yet, though? That was like a long ass time ago.
Because it's dark. Maybe they're just cold.
Oh my God.
I think they're mainly cold.
Right. So okay,
my flip flops are still a little wet.
That could be it. What kind of flip flops do you have?
Reef.
Are they the absorbent kind?
Reef cushions?
Are they like cloth though?
No, they're leather.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but if they got wet, that would be why. Also, for anyone who's wondering, Twiz is basically Mary Magdalene because didn't she do the things with the washing of the feet? I'm pretty sure. That's that biblical knowledge there for you. Twiz equals Mary Magdalene. Add it to the list. Oh, Papa Rogers, welcome on in, another scroll friend. Excellent. Their timeline is way off. Yes. And he didn't mention the 2 surviving roommates. They didn't even get home. Yeah, they haven't been mentioned. They were mentioned earlier on in this slew of documents, and then we haven't heard about them recently here. They didn't even get home until after 7 a.m. They're on video. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, the timeline is that's what I've always said. Like whenever people were asking, like even the defense attorneys that I work for, right? When I was like trying to like, how do I in 20 seconds, right? It's like, okay, in 20 seconds, how do you quickly explain the biggest problems, at least from my perspective, that you see in back before the plea, right? Back in like getting a verdict, like a guilty verdict, right? Like what are the biggest problems for the state? Like the first thing that I would tell everybody, and I told my defense attorneys the other day or the other week when they were asking, first thing I say is the timeline. And that's the first thing. That's the first thing. The timeline is, it's like that right there though can be like, well, if you can't get past the timeline, then that's it, game over, right? You know, to me, like if I was on the jury, game over. The timeline is like a fever dream or something. Like honestly, that's putting it nicely. It's worse than that. What do you think? It's like a fever dream that has been what?
I don't know.
Twiz
I have no idea.
Twiz is tired, guys. A fever dream that's been it's been put down, flipped in reverse. How about that? There we go.
Yep.
Shout out to Missy Elliott.
Sound about right. I actually feel like fairly awake right now because of all the Rubik's cubing.
You know, I think I stayed at a Fairfield Inn one time, and it was a nice place, a nice hotel. I don't remember what state that was in, but like I'm pretty sure I stayed at a Fairfield Inn, and I was like, that was a nice experience. Like the pool, they like let us use the pool even though it was like not supposed to be open and shit. Anyways, welcome Stevie B. Yeah, if anyone has missed it, highly recommend watching the series that we did on plea deals. It's a 5-part series. Highly recommend. Because some of these questions are tough for me to answer without saying, just referencing that, because, you know, I'm not going to I'm not going to half-ass answer something. Like the only way that I could see to try to fully, like, I'm not going to just tell someone an answer, right? It's like, that's not helpful. So like we deep dove the fuck out of plea deals. And many of you guys were there. And anyway, the 5-part series is awesome. And it is the best way, in my opinion, to understand how plea deals function in the justice system. What is going on, right? How oftentimes are innocent people pleading guilty? What is the pros? What's the cons? You know, again, we've talked a lot about it, but definitely I highly recommend those in all of them. So I have a playlist for all the cases that I am covering and have covered. If you go to the Bryan Kohberger playlist, or well, it's Idaho versus Bryan Kohberger, they're all there. So the 5 parts are there, and they're labeled part 1, part 2, right to 5. They're all in the playlist, and so you can find them there. And again, as some of you guys have heard me say, I do very, very detailed timestamps for all the live streams, so you can very easily find certain things. And also, if there's like a scroll tangent or whatever, and you want to skip past that, although you may not want to, but just saying, you can do that because I do really detailed timestamps. But highly recommend y'all check it out if you because so many times I feel like people are talking about the plea deal and the nature of the plea deal, like in other channels and chats, and everybody's talking about it. And it's like, the way that I felt was like, but no one there, it's just opinions because no one's like really informed. And I'm not saying that to be like negative towards anybody as an individual or whatever.
They're ignorant. They're ignorant.
It's a very complicated issue. And the thing is that without actually really taking the time and energy to be like, okay, I'll dedicate, how long do you think we spent? Probably 30 hours, maybe longer, deep diving it like we did. Then you can't take the middle ground. Like either you're just going to go off of kind of what you think and what you know at the moment, whatever. Again, not faulting anybody, but like, no, and I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm saying most people wouldn't be insane enough to be like, sure, I'll do a 30-hour deep dive on plea deals so that we can fully understand start to finish how the implications of this and how they work and all of the intricacies. We deep dove the fucking fuck out of it. Kane was there and read for some of it. Twiz read for some of it. And like most people wouldn't do that because they're not insane, and I am insane. So there you go. That's the whole thing. There you go.
What's Dositos?
Yeah, I mean, and
What's
again,
Kane talking about?
in the studies that we covered in parts 4 and 5 of the series, you guys would be very surprised at the statistics of the number of defendants that the attorneys believed were factually innocent, some of which were exonerated after the fact, as in the attorneys thought they were factually innocent, they turned out to be factually innocent, and the number of them that took plea deals and pled guilty. You guys would be surprised. I'm not going to try to remember the numbers because we went through a lot of numbers in that whole series. So I would just say, if you want to be informed, go check those out. You will be surprised. And also, again, I'll just reiterate, 95% of all criminal cases resolve via a plea deal. And that means only 5% max actually go to trial. 95% are a plea deal. You just don't hear about them as much. But that's the norm. That is the norm. And then the thing is I asked the defense attorneys that I work for, when would you like encourage one versus the other? And those are also questions that were asked of the defense attorneys in the studies that we looked at. Like, when would you encourage? Anyway, it's if this matters to you guys, I think it's worth watching, because the plea deals are really, like, as I said before, I've been meaning to deep dive them. That was a long time coming, this whole thing on plea deals, because I think about it a lot and the implications that it has for so many reasons, right? The leverage that the government has. Again, I'm going to stop myself now, because literally I could easily pivot into like another 30-hour thing on this. So just go check out the live streams. There's a lot of reasons why I think this is a really important topic. And so that's why I thought it was worth dedicating that much time, attention, energy into. So what do you think, Twiz? Do you think it was worth it?
Absolutely. I mean, I already knew before that it was a messed up system and stuff, but like it definitely adds more to it, you know? Like you have a fuller understanding of how messed up the system is, and just interesting reasons why someone would take a plea deal when they, you know, weren't innocent. Or, I mean, weren't guilty. Things like that.
And the other thing too, right, is that how the system would completely fall apart without them. That's the problem too. Is like they have to exist, but they're so problematic. So yeah, but yeah, the different angles, right? And then like in the study at the end on parts like 4 and 5, they went by the different defendants and the different attorneys, like the different situations. And they gave like a hypothetical in there. Anyway, it's very, very interesting and definitely worth checking out. So thank you for weighing in on that as well, Twiz. Okay, so he didn't think they were drunk. Okay, since we made several patrols to the area, I cannot say with 100% confidence I saw the vehicle on the same pass as I saw the individuals. Upon review of my radio history, I contacted 3 individuals at something Taylor Avenue at about 2:55 hours. To the best of my recollection, this was after exiting King Street. After seeing the individuals at 1122 King Street, we cleared this contact at 3:32. Oh, Twiz camera time. Oh, no, he's
I was just seeing if you could see me in the dark, but the screen's actually lighting me up.
I can see you in the dark.
It's dark as shit. Like my car is 50 yards away and I literally can't see it.
Are your feet still cold?
Yes.
It's too bad. So right, pleading to lesser charges is part of what there's different types of plea deals, right? There's vertical, there's horizontal. Sometimes it's pleading lesser charges. Sometimes the charges are the same, but the sentence is reduced. You know, again, there's a lot of different. That was very much, we talked about that like in the preliminary getting the basics. That was probably in the beginning of part 1. But anywho, so okay, what was I saying? Yes. Cannot say with confidence was the same vehicle in the same past. Okay. Upon review of my radio history, I contacted 3 individuals at something Taylor Avenue at 255. To the best of my recollection, this was after exiting King Street, after seeing the individuals at 1122. We cleared this contact at 332. And then that's the end of this one. That's the end of this one. Okay. So now, removing DP is a lesser charge. Can you elaborate on that, Twiz? What do you mean?
It's a lesser charge because you're not getting the death penalty.
You mean a lesser sentence?
Well, whatever. Same shit to my tired
Not
self.
the same shit. Okay,
To my tired self, it is.
I know you're tired, but just for everyone's own edification, right? If it was like as an example, a lesser charge would be like, oh, instead of first-degree murder, we're going to drop it down to second-degree murder, right? And the result of which is a lesser sentence. Or you can have it where, oh, it's still first-degree murder, but like instead of a sentence of death penalty, you know, again, like so you can manipulate one or the other. Anyways, we've talked a lot about it, but yes, thank you, Twiz. It is. Removing the death penalty was what they would call a vertical type of plea deal there with the sentence. So now we're on to Hathaway. Okay. At 11:14 at 22:42 hours, dispatch advised they are forwarding a call to my cell phone. My phone briefly started ring. I think he means to ring, but then it suddenly stopped. Oh my God. What happened? Is it a ghost? Did the battery die? It started to ring, but then it suddenly stopped. This is interesting. Hold on. Why is this in a, like, this seems like, how is this, did he get confused and he's like trying to write some sort of like a mystery novel, but then like accidentally put this in a police report? Like, do you guys see what I mean? I'm gonna read it again. Dispatch advised they were forwarding a call to my cell phone. My phone briefly started to ring, but then it suddenly stopped. Dun, dun, dun. For some reason, the call was forwarded to voicemail before I could answer. Oh, spooky. Like, what? Well, when the voicemail came through to my phone, I learned it was from JS. The voicemail said, hey, how's it going? My name is JS. My phone number is whatever it is. I just wanted to make a statement to you guys because I was close friends with Maddie Mogan. I was with her at the corner club. You can find me in the club most of the night. And then after we left, we wanted to go to John's Alley. And we went to stop at Grub Truck. They got Grub Truck, then a car picked them up, and they left and went home. I just wanted to make a statement about unintelligible. I don't know if anything is helpful, but I was just like with them for like a little bit. So if I can be of any help, I would like to give me a call. Thank you. Shortly after I got the voicemail, all of the lights flickered. Just kidding. It doesn't say that. It doesn't say the lights flickered, but it would have been funny. Shortly after I got the voicemail, so-and-so called dispatch again and was successfully transferred to my phone. So no more spooky business this time. At around 22:46, thank you, guys. At around 22:46 hours, I talked to the person on the phone. Essentially said the same thing that he said in the voicemail. He was out with Maddie at the corner club until about 2:30. Said several times he didn't not know the other girl that was with them. He described the girls getting into a silver sedan after they got food at the Grub Truck. This officer confirmed the person's name.
Silver sedan.
A silver sedan.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. He was asked how long he planned to be at his parents' house. He was skipping them through the classes. He said he'll talk further, etc. Recorded the conversation. They are uploaded to the WatchGuard server. Oh, they use WatchGuard. I was wondering why I kept saying WatchGuard. Interesting. NoEvidence.com, apparently, on this one. All right. Another one down. Do-do-doom. Boom, boom. Another one bites the dust. Do-do-doom. Boom, boom. Another one bites the dust. And come on, Twiz. You know that song?
Another one's gone, and another one's gone. Another one bites the dust. Hey!
Ready? Do-do-doom. Ba-do-doom, boom, ba-do-doom, boo. Thanks, Twiz.
Does it say who picked them up? Where's the EG? And I need EG initials right now.
That is coming. That's what she said. First of all, that I'm sure is coming. That had not been relayed yet, right? This is going in order. So far at this point, what this fellow had relayed to law enforcement was as much as we just read, the silver sedan. And this is the first that they're learning. Again, we're going in chronological order. This is the first they're learning about a silver sedan. And so, yeah. Where did Heather go? I do not know. Yanni znаю, as they say in Russian. Okay, next up. What have we got? So that's why it says WatchGuard, because they use WatchGuard. Weird. I like evidence.com better, even though it has issues in certain cases. All right, Gunderson. Oh, Gunderson's up, guys. Gunderson's up. Finally. All right. So we have this initial. Oh, dumpsters? Hang on. All right. I photographed and looked into 3 dumpsters in the area. All 3 dumpsters were located on the street. I saw nothing of evidentiary value in the dumpsters. I photographed them and cleared the area. ISP leader pulled the trash pursuant to this investigation. Did they find any dad trash in there? Some blood was located on the 2nd floor at something Taylor Avenue. Interesting. Taylor Avenue is commonly referred to as the Whites and is a known party location. The blood was isolated to one area with no trail to either area. I photographed the blood and notified on-scene investigators. Officer House? Okay. And I walked various areas around the crime scene looking for evidence. Officer House, and I found nothing of evidentiary value. Code is attached. Excellent. Moving right along. Now we're on to number 13, people. Party squirrels. Detective Lanier, Officer Lanier, rather. All right. Oh, he responded with Mowery, guys. All right. On November 15th, 2022 at 9:30 hours, him and Mowery responded to the corner club. You can find me in the club. Okay. There's other songs about
You're
clubs,
singing a
right?
lot of Fitty tonight.
I was just thinking, like,
Why are you
what
singing
about
so much Fitty tonight?
the club? The club is it the club? Jumpin'. The Destiny's Child song. Is that the club is jumpin'?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. So
Yeah.
now we've got alternate songs we can do. Jumpin'. Okay. Corner club to contact the owner. This was a prearranged meeting to view video.
Bills.
Can you pay my bills? I don't think
Nope.
you do. So you and me are through. Great song. But they don't talk about clubs. But it's a great song. Love that song. And then you use my cell phone. Calling you think at home. Yes. So they were confirming that Maddie and Kaylee were at the corner club, and had been reported, and to try to identify individuals seen on the grub truck video. Specifically, a male who appeared to be accompanying them. Okay, we got a male accompanying them. For anyone who's new here, welcome on in. We do a lot of singing. We do a lot of squirreling. And that's pretty much it. Kane says, please hit the like, guys. Thanks for that, Kane. Appreciate you. And if you're new, please feel free to join the Discord. It's fun. It's free. It's awesome. And we do have lots of fun commands you can use as well. Put that in the chat, or Nightbot, rather. Thanks, Nightbot. Kane knows the dance to that song. Which one? Bills, or Jumpin'? Either way, I'm down.
The only dance to a song that I know is called The Bad Touch.
What even is that? Who does that?
The Bad Touch?
Is that a song?
Yeah.
Who's it by?
Kane, who's it by? My brain is not working at the moment.
Right. I don't want to acknowledge. I always acknowledge your existence, Rat Daddy. Rat Daddy in the house.
Kane, who is it? No, you're a dick. You know that who it is. Bloodhound
Beyonce.
Gang. Kane sucks. I called it.
Beyonce. Don't be hating. I used
Bloodhound
to do the
Gang.
work, but I'm scared to do it now. After I tried it on my kitchen top counter. Oh my God, sorry, I'm reading too fast. Kitchen countertop. Here's what I will say. Safety first, guys. Safety first. If you're going to do the worm, if you're going to go get Blue Bonnet ice cream like Kane did the other night when he hit his head, like if you're going to do things, safety first. That's the deal. Okay. I say that as someone who's extremely accident prone and got probably my worst concussion trying to save a spider. Anyway, Right. So grub truck. Okay. Upon arrival, they already had the video on the screen and queued up to the proper time frame. Detective Mowery began scrolling through the video, which consisted of multiple views and multiple screens that were all in time sync. Okay. We determined that Maddie and Kaylee arrived at the corner club every time, 2:20 hours in a Prius type vehicle. I find that interesting as a Prius driver myself, because in 2022, Priuses were quite distinctive looking, and I don't know. Okay, when I hear Prius type vehicle, what I think of is, oh, if it's a Prius type vehicle, do they just need another hybrid? And then if that's the case, hybrids can look completely different from each other. So if it's a Prius type vehicle, does it mean a similar body shape? And also, like, if it was an actual Prius, those are really easily identifiable. Typically, I mean, in 2022, definitely. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Prius type vehicle. What does that? What the heck does that mean?
It could mean anything.
If I was the person interviewing them and somebody said that, I would ask for clarification, because this is not like, is there not going to be a follow-up question to that? What do you mean by a Prius type vehicle? Are you describing the body shape? Is it because you knew it was a hybrid? Like, this is nonsense. Oh my God. Hatchback, right? Yeah, but like, even with hatchbacks though, right? Because you can have a hatchback that's like an SUV type deal, right? Or a hatchback that's like a, I don't know, what are those ones called?
The
Like,
only hatchback that matters is a EG Civic. Let's be real.
I don't even know what that is. Oh my God, though, you guys, the other day at work in the parking deck, there was a Honda Civic that somebody had decked it out and put like a bunch of like, they had a huge ass like spoiler on it. It was the funniest fucking thing. I died. And then all I could think about was in the Karen Reed trial when what's his face called it a wind wing and then called it as something else and all the other names except for the correct name, and it was so funny. Oh my God. Judd Welcher and the wind wing and the fin. That's what it was. Wind wing and fin. A whole day of that, and then finally he comes in again.
It was. I mean, they are called wings, though. That's the thing. He wasn't wrong.
Are you thinking of angels or fairies? Twiz?
What?
They have wings, or they have wings. No one calls that
you'll have wings if you drink a Red Bull.
They do say that. I've never had a Red Bull though. Yeah, exactly. It wasn't an Elantra. That's right, Truth Seeker. Yes, correct. It wasn't an Elantra. Yeah, absolutely. Definitely was not an Elantra. Still an annoying quest. Well, still annoying that they didn't get more clarification after that answer. But yes, correct. That it doesn't really matter either way. It's just annoying. Airfoil. Birds have wings. Great point, P. Fox. As we know, remember, it wasn't that long ago that Twiz saw the geese flying overhead going to Canada. And I thought I heard a dog.
Yeah, and you weirdos heard a dog.
That's better than the alternative. And I think you know where I'm going with that, Twiz. You know where I'm going with that? You don't want to bring dogs into the mix and mistaking them for things.
Yes, you do if you want a Down syndrome pit bull, because that dude's sweet.
It's an otter, guys. It's an otter. Oh my God. It'll be time.
I'd hang out with Down syndrome pit bull any day of the week.
Anyone that missed it, this is a moment you guys are not going to want to. It'll be time stamped. One of Twiz's best moments. The Tesla doors, right? The Tesla. You know what's so funny? I was talking about this the other day with somebody with the Tesla cars doors that do the wings, and you know my first thought was, if I had one of those, I would get concussions on a daily basis because I would be standing there next to it and it would whack me in the head. And then somebody told me they have sensors so that they don't do that. Can anyone confirm or deny that? Seems high tech. I feel like I'd find a way to get hurt though, just being so accident prone. Seems dangerous. Like, you don't expect that, you know. I ought to be in pictures. Good one, Kane. So, all right. So then, oh, good. Okay, now we're getting to the vodka. Wonderful. All right. Right. The vehicle was determined to be an Uber vehicle and the driver identified. Kaylee and Maddie mingle around the bar, but spent most of their time in the front along the bar. Next to the left and as you face the bar. They make occasional trips to the rest room and speak to several people as they mingle. At 22 hours, Kaylee paid her bar tab using her credit card, which consisted of 9 well of vodka. So the cheap shit. And 2 add juice, as in a splash of juice. Probably orange juice. It could be cranberry. What do you guys think? Is it cranberry? It's probably cranberry, honestly. What do you think? Cranberry or OJ?
She's definitely a cranberry girl.
Yeah, I'm going to go with cranberry as well on that one. At approximately 0100 hours, Kaylee engages in a conversation with a subject identified by bar staff as JJ. Somebody was seen with Maddie and Kaylee in the grub truck video later in the evening. This appeared to be a consensual conversation. I expected something else to follow that. Did you guys? When it said consensual, I expected it not to be conversation. Something else when you usually use that word. I mean, that's just odd. And it appeared they knew each other.
What did you think?
Oh, quiet you. I know.
You got a dirty fucking mind, woman.
Hold on. Are you sure that
I am not a hoe.
I didn't say you were. I just said you have a dirty mind.
You tell me, playa.
Yeah. There you go. No one says it better than Yuri Buchanan on that one, right? So, right. This person, right, consensual. This is where we are. Consensual. And it appeared they knew each other. At approximately 01:14 hours, Maddie joins in the conversation in all three. So it's like a threesome. It's a threesome. It's a consensual threesome, guys. It's a consensual threesome of talking. They remain generally in the area of the bar near the wall. Nothing stood out during that time, and both appeared to know whoever the person is. Says Mary Magdalene, Twiz. I'm Jesus. You're Mary Magdalene. Is that what we're? At 1:30 hours, so-and-so paid his bar tab with his credit card, consisting of 5 cans. Is that cans or bottles? I guess that's what that is. You know what this says to me? Do y'all see I highlighted it? 5 cans /BTL. Here's what I think this means. What I think this is there was probably some sort of special. You know how like bars will have a theme, and it's like, let's just say for the sake of the example, $5 for any beer that's in a can or bottle, for example, right? Or $4, whatever the price is, right? And it's like basically the brand doesn't matter. The only thing that matters for the receipt's sake is the price. But if they're all the same price because it's whatever day of the week or what have you, I could see this being that's what that is. Because does that make any sense? Anyone that's worked in a restaurant or a bar would probably know where I'm going with that and why that looks like that to me. That looks like the type doesn't matter. It's just how many were there. There were 5. And 2 kamikaze. So what is that, like a shot probably? Does anybody know what's in that? I've never heard of that. What are these numbers by our names? I have no idea. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't see any. Oh, is it the thingy on YouTube? Weird. I didn't, you know what's funny? I don't think it's done that for my channel. And maybe it just started, but this is okay, it's doing that thing. It's not something that we get to pick, as you guys I'm sure have heard other people talk about. I didn't know it was doing that because we don't see that on StreamYard. That's so annoying. I'm going to hold the fort down, Twiz. No problemo. So it's doing the weird numbers. Right. There's a way, from what I've heard on other channels that talk about this, there's a way that I can, so we don't initiate it as people that have a channel, but apparently there's a way that we can deactivate it, or maybe it's something that y'all have to do. I'll look into it. I didn't know it was a thing. I find it really annoying. So I don't want you guys to have to go through that. So I'll look into it and figure out if it's something that I have to stop or that if y'all have to stop it on your end. I know there is a way because I've heard about it on other channels. So yes. Oh yeah, right. I was going to look up what is in a kamikaze. Okay. Equal parts vodka, triple sec, and lime juice. Okay. All right. There you go. Oh, it's actually a cocktail and not a shot. It seemed like a shot to me. I don't know why. It seemed like a shot to me, but it's not. It's actually a cocktail, which I'm surprised I haven't heard of it in that case because I feel like I know most cocktails. For anyone who doesn't know this, there was a point in time where I actually started training to become a master sommelier. And you have to learn it's not just wine, you have to learn all the things, and that includes mixed drinks. So anyways, after paying, he walked back to the back of the bar, went into the restroom, came back out, retrieved his coat, and came back to an area near the exit where Maddie and Kaylee were waiting. This person waited in the background while the girls finished conversing with others, and then they all exited the building at 1:37 hours. The parking lot camera shows them walking away together across, then out of the parking lot in a westerly direction. They were all dressed the same in the grub truck video, with the person wearing a white or very light colored hoodie dude, you're right, hoodie guy with a brown coat over it. While reviewing the video, we also recognized, and that's got to be Jack, Kaylee's, oh my God, Kaylee's ex-boyfriend. Yes, who was reported to be, there it is, keep reading, Kaylee's ex-boyfriend. We did not track his movements in the video, but he appeared to spend most of his time at the opposite end of the business, seated with several other males. That sounds weird. At one point, there appeared to be a brief interaction with Kaylee that looked cordial and in passing. Jack left at 1:51 hours with 2 other males. Also noticed in the video was a subject seen in the grub truck video. I recognized him because of his unique sweater. I remember that dude, and long hair and beard. He was identified as HV by bar staff. He checked out at, wow, right on the dot, quadruple 0 hours, using a credit card in the name of, I wonder if that's like his parents' names, because like the last name both starts with a V. In other words, that credit card is not in his name. It's probably in a parent's name. Showing 2 micro tub. Okay, what is that probably? 2 micro brews? No, what is it? 2 micro tub. Huh. 2 micro tub. I have less of a opinion on what that one might be. Although micro would probably be micro beers. I don't know. I didn't notice any interaction between the dude and Maddie or Kaylee. A third subject who was seen in the grub truck video was also observed in the corner club, but we were not able to identify him. He is a stocky build white male with brown hair and facial hair, wearing a brownish sweater. I did not observe any interaction between him and Kaylee or Maddie. Because the video file was extremely large, that's what she said, but not about video files, Mowery was unable to copy it to an external storage. Why does this not surprise me, like just the ineptitude? Like let me read this again. Because the video file was extremely large, Mowery was unable to copy it to an external storage device. Okay, I deal with this type of thing all the time, right? Like Discovery, Axon body cam, what have you. First of all, you get the external storage device that holds like a bazillion terabytes. That's step one. Like, that's like, why are we not doing that anyway? But also, you know what it is? Like, this is hilarious. He's like, okay, the video file is large. He can't copy it. And he's like, okay, well, you know, I guess we'll just give up then. Why not, instead of compressing it? That just blows my mind. Does he not know about compressing it? Because like when we get Discovery from evidence.com, all of it is compressed in zip. Like, it's just automatic. Like, everything is compressed in zip file. Like, this is just, have they never done it? Like, okay, sorry, my brain is buffering. Has he never dealt with Discovery before? I'm going to read it one more time because this is blowing my mind. Because the video file was extremely large, Detective Mowery was unable to copy it to an external storage device. Just gives up? I'm so confused. We left the business, and Mowery's working on obtaining a usable... Working on? Working on. Like, is he, like, going to another country and, like, trying to retrieve the materials it takes to, like, make an external hard drive out of scratch, like by hand? Like, what are you working on? There's nothing to work on. You compress it and put it on the hard drive. Like, Twiz, are you back yet? Can you help me with this? I'm just working on. Like, I don't. Doing what of it? Like, there is no. Is he building a computer first? I don't understand. That is incredible. I'm going to highlight this, not because it's new. I'm going to give it a different color. This is just, I don't even know what. Special, maybe? I don't know. Let's just give it another color and highlight it because I want to make sure I can come back to this when I need a good laugh. Yeah. Also, there's ample, oh, hold on. I don't want it to look like that. There's ample opportunity as well for that's what she says here. So it's like a two-for one, like a double whammy with like, that's what she says, but also, did he go back to the Stone Age and try to harvest metal? Like, what is, and why is my highlighter being weird? So Twiz, what's going on with you? I think he's still doing things. I'm holding down the fort. Sometimes when you go to highlight these, it does it like this, and then other times it does it the other way, and there's no rhyme or reason to it. It's one of life's mysteries, let's just say. Yeah, he's working on it. Like, is he going back in time before there was electricity? I just have so many questions about this one. Here we go. Yeah, it's not too bad. It actually looks more realistic, doesn't it, with this highlighting? Wow, I'm not even looking at what y'all are saying in the chat, but let's see what's going on with you guys. Oh, Rolla was weighing in on the, thank you. Yes, I know what real kamikazes are. I just didn't know the cocktail, but thank you. Yes. Explanation on the motion. What are you talking about here? I'm sorry, I missed stuff because I was, reading the documents. If you're talking about a court document, you don't have to ask and I don't even know if you're asking me, but don't tempt me, let's just say, with explaining a court document or reading one, because yeah, you don't have to ask me twice or tempt me twice if you're not asking me. Are you back yet, Twiz?
Yep.
One's in chat if I did a good job. Twiz. Thanks, guys, for the ones. Thanks, Mittens. Thank you, Mittens.
You got 1-1.
Just Mittens, you guys. I didn't do a good job.
I didn't give like an option for a bad thing though, so like it's not really that bad. Okay. No one said you did a bad job.
That's true. It is all relative, isn't it? Oh, you got warmed up. Wow. You guys, Twiz, I have to say this. How amazing is it that Twiz pulled over in the middle of nowhere on his journey home so he could come and be here live with us tonight? Like, we are very lucky to have his Twizziness with us, including the dog otter confusion and all the other things. We love it. Let's see if we can find out what the weather's like where Twiz is at. And I saw this. I saw equipment, and like my mind went to the gutter. I'll just go ahead and just say that, like, the equipment wasn't calibrated. Was it not hard enough? Like, all the things. Okay. Wow. Yeah. No kidding. 62 degrees. Yeah, I would be putting on winter clothes pretty much. Not because that's not cold for where I live, but I'm always cold. So for me, that's cold. Like 62 degrees, I need all the things. So yes, thanks for the twizziness. Indeed. Oh, Microtop, thank you. Hey. Thank you. High five to you. Thank you. You win right now. I completely forgot that was another thing I needed to look up. If your bar check states 2 microtubs, it likely refers to 2 drinks served in small novelty containers designed to resemble bathtubs. Okay, well, now we need to look that up because I can't even picture that. But like, that sounds really dumb, and I'm just trying to figure out why anyone would want that. Hold on. Let's just see. Resembles a bathtub? Like, let's see here. Microtub drink. Oh, that's cute. These little rubber duckies. That's cute. I mean, it seems like this would cost a shit ton of money, though, for a bar to, like, I don't even know. I'm wondering, though, could it also just be a tub as in a giant fucking bucket? Like Jennings's buckets type thing? Like just a fucking bucket? Like a tub of bucket or what have you.
Bucket tub.
Bath pillow. Now it's trying to show me bath pillows. Sometimes, It's really funny. Sometimes you go to search for something and you just get something that is completely not the thing. And it's amusing. I also think it's funny. Like, it's showing me all kinds of things that are like.
I've drank a lot of water and I haven't had to pee yet. It's kind of weird.
Uh-oh. Do you think that maybe
I must have been dehydrated.
Yeah, that's what it probably is. Oh, look at this little hot tub. That's cute.
All right, Jeff, put your little hot tub away.
I was just thinking that too, actually. That's really funny. Because actually some of the things it's showing me are like, it's like sizing the hot tubs by how many people. And I was literally just thinking like 13 children in a hot tub because that's what he says. And anyway, people who haven't been watching the Twin Flames are going to be like, what are you talking about? You know, you have a lot to look forward to if you're new here. That's all I can say. There's some weird looking bathtubs out there as well. I shall just say, like, what the fuck is this nonsense here? Like, what? I want to ask you guys this question. Let me see if I can make this bigger. I'm going to ask you all a question here. And the question will be, in case you want to get prepped, would you bathe in this? And then I'm going to show you the thing. And there's no right or wrong. It's just a personal preference. Would you bathe in this thing or would you not? And if you're lucky enough, would you allow for Twiz to show you how to wash your feet properly in the bathtub if you want to bathe in it? Because he's an expert, as we saw earlier. This is a weird looking tub, I have to say. I don't even know. Okay, I'm going to be able to show you guys here in just one sec. Okay. Let me just unshare, reshare real quick. Oh, motion and oh, thank you. You're talking about that site, right? Okay, right. I missed the context, but I feel like I have that pretty much memorized, so I probably can figure it out without even pulling it up if I knew what the context was. Actually, it was really fun because that was the first time that Twiz came on. First time I've ever had a guest. It was when the Siree shit came out and Twiz came on in celebration, and that was the night I also made him a mod and gave him co-host privileges. It was it lives in infamy, doesn't it, Twiz?
Sure does.
Sure does.
That night changed your life.
It really did. You know, I never would have thought that here I am, however many months later, and I'm so lucky to see Twiz showing us, showing me, showing you guys, showing the world how he washes his feet when he's in the middle of nowhere. You know, and due to which his feet have become cold. Although now maybe they're better because I think he got socks and stuff. So let's just hope.
Yep.
All right, so let me show you guys this weird bathtub. Would you bathe in this? Is this weird to you guys? Is this weird? Would you bathe in this?
Would I bathe in it?
Yep.
Sure, why not?
Does it not look tiny? Like, is a real human supposed to fit in that? I mean, I'm tiny, and I'm like...
It's tall, though, so, like, you can just sit in it. That's actually a pretty dope bathtub, I'm not going to lie.
I mean, doesn't it seem, though, like, maybe extra conducive to drowning? And why is the board there?
No, because I bet there's, like, a bench to sit in it. I bet you don't just sit on the floor.
Is this a murder tub? Is the whole thing that you go to drown someone and then you bop them over the head for some blunt force trauma? I think that's what this is.
Who do you think you are, little bunny foo-foo?
No, that's Bunny. We have an actual bunny. That's her. That's hers. She gets that one. By the way, we have a command for the blunt force trauma. Let me just get that going. Others missing out. It's just, it does seem a bit conducive to murder. And there's pictures of stones on the wall. Is this like alternatives?
Are there pictures you can flip through? I want to see what the bottom of the tub looks like.
I don't know what the bottom of the tub looks like. Why do you want to know what the bottom
That's what I'm saying.
Like?
Because I bet there's like a seat in it. I bet you don't just sit on the floor. I bet it's pretty hard to get murdered in that tub.
So Twiz is taking the opposite standpoint. It is kind of disturbing. It is. I agree on that one. I will say also the floor looks like it's been freshly.
Oh, dude, you should have seen this. You should have seen this
Is that a toilet?
Artwork at Ada County Courthouse.
What was it?
It's like I don't even know how to describe it, but it's like a bunch of little faces that look all weird, but like hundreds of them, all in like this little mural thing. It was weird.
Who was it supposed to be?
I said it was Bryan's victims, but
What? It was artwork in the courthouse?
yeah, I just said that because it was funny, not because it's true.
Oh, okay. Okay. Right.
I should have taken a picture of it, but I didn't think about it.
You should
I
have.
can't even
because
describe it. It was just weird.
It sounds weird. And I also don't like the faucet. I agree with that.
I wonder if I can Google it.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, who bought these? I don't know. Somebody. Like, I was trying to figure out the whole thing with the beer tub thing, and like a lot of like this or ones that are basically the exact same thing just kept popping up as like it really want like whatever the powers that be on the internet really wanted me to think this is what I was looking for and not the micro tub at the bar beer thing or whatever it is. So
Nope, it didn't pop up.
It's too bad. Twiz. Well, will you ever go back, do you think?
I don't know. We'll see.
Well, make sure you don't
I don't
forget.
I don't think that the Supreme Court is in that building, so I think it would be a different one. But if I'm in town, maybe I could go and look at it, you know.
I agree, PFOX, seeing it used as like an ice bath. It does. That makes more sense to me as well. That makes more sense to me. I don't know why the board is there. Like A, that's just gonna make it harder to get in. B, it's gonna make it easier for the murder person to murder you when they bop you over the head for some blunt force trauma. Like,
no, that's where your wine or something.
But you know what I'm wondering? Did they put poison in the wine?
Why? What are you so obsessed with dying right now?
It's a murder tub. It just looks to me. It looks sus to me. If you took it out of context, you got rid of the weird ass faucet, got rid of the board, put it outside, and then like put it in snow and like filled it with the ice, like that makes sense to me. Like what P Fox is saying. In this situation, something this just with the painting on the wall and just I don't know. This is all very murdery to me.
I think you guys are weird.
But the thing is this, is it a tub? Or is it?
Are there more pictures you can like click through?
Hold on. More importantly, thank you. It's tall enough, but not long enough. And that's what she said. There's not more pictures. Yeah, right. The murder tools. They can go on.
Where did you find this? What did you search for this? We can find something. I want more pictures.
I searched for micro tub, and that did not yield anything remotely close, and it yielded stuff like this / just plastic tub. So then I added micro tub drink or something like that, or maybe it was bar. I added drink or bar, and it literally just gave me the same results, mostly being this or things that are just like it. But yeah, if you should find this if you search for that. For anyone who's interested. I want a bathtub with a door. You mean a shower with a door? Hold on, I'm trying to picture a bathtub with a door. You mean a shower? Yeah, thank you for that, P Fox, with the coming in clutch here. How hard, fast, and deep depends on what kind of equipment you are working with. Yep, thank you for that. I forgot we had that command, P Fox. Thank you for that. But you know what? Though?
I'm not finding that same picture.
Really? Are you on Chrome?
Yeah.
You know,
I did see one that has a door that opens, but it has a seat inside.
Wait, are you searching for something with a door?
No, that's just what showed up. Micro tub bar.
Let me see if I can go to my history and see what I exactly searched for. No, I think I might have done micro tub drink. Let me just see. Yeah, I did micro tub drink, not bar. So try it with a drink instead of bar and go to images. And you'll
what did you search?
Micro tub drink. That's what it was. I thought it was bar.
Is micro tub 2 words or 1 word?
2 words, microtub, 2 words, drink, 3rd word, go to images. Anyone that wants to try this as an experiment, feel free. You'll get some like rubber duckies probably at first, and then just scroll down a little bit. And then you get these weird ass things.
I'm getting like dollhouse tubs. And then a big one.
Interesting. I wonder if it does that thing where it's like using your location to try to give you more accurate result. Not that this is accurate for
It
anybody.
probably does.
That's probably what it is. That's probably what it is. Oh, now they're also showing me some sort of a bong. Interesting. How that? Why are there bongs coming up now? That wasn't there before when I searched this. It's showing me
Because
like,
you're a pothead?
like what is happening? Bongs now. Interesting.
Is it because Kane's here?
Maybe. I can't say for sure that that's not the reason. So yeah, can't rule that one out. Interesting. You know, I never was a big fan of rubber duckies, you know? How some kids, whatever. Like I love actual ducks, like in real life ducks, but like the rubber duckies never were a thing for me.
You could get a devil rubber ducky.
A what?
A devil rubber ducky.
What is that?
Like a rubber ducky that's a devil.
I don't. Are we combining things again? Like I don't. What? This is really funny though. And I agree here. Yeah, the courthouse artwork be one step above. Have any of you guys seen the episode of Parks and Recreation that deals with this exact topic? If you've seen the episode, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about, where it's like the creepy courthouse artwork, and then like all the pictures are always looking at her, but then also like the artwork is all like grim and like anyway, if you've seen it, you'll know. It's pretty funny. Twiz, this isn't just guys, right? Right, exactly. That's right. Yeah, cyanide and chamomile bath. Anyone, right? I know. Sounds lovely.
Why chamomile?
Jump right on into murder bath, because then you fall asleep and then it's easier to poison you. Twiz. Oh, it's so relaxing. But meanwhile, it's like, nah.
Dude, I am never hanging out with any of you girls. Jesus, you know so many ways to kill us. I'm gonna get you a chamomile bath so I can slit your throat easier. What?
No, Twiz, pay attention. This is there's no throat slit, blunt force trauma, right? Blunt force trauma. We got the board and we got the clearly there's some thing here going on with the stones. I'm not seeing any sharp objects. I'm seeing blunt objects. Okay, let's just make sure we're clear.
I'm seeing staying the fuck away from you. How about that?
Where did we leave off on? Hold on the documents, by the way. Let's just see. That's a good idea. Do a reverse lens search. So tomorrow, for anyone who missed it, tomorrow night, what we're going to do is we're going to watch and recap and what have you, the sentencing hearing, and watch the portions, whatever you guys want to watch, we'll watch. If we have time, we might go through some more docs, and then we're going to redirect into TWIZ'S live stream on his channel. And he's promising that he's going to be drunk or get drunk. One of the two. Which one is it? Get drunk or I guess get drunk.
It will probably be both, because if yours is like the pregame, then yeah.
Right. So that's going to be the plan tomorrow night. That'll be fun. I love the day that I figured out that you can that you or I, all of us, can redirect into other live streams. Like, that's pretty sick. Kind of feels fancy. And that reminds me, I need to fix the thing with the numbers in the chat, because that's so stupid. Fix the numbers. Note.
What's the numbers? What's that?
You can't see it in StreamYard. It's like, have you seen it in other chats where it does numbers in the chat on YouTube? Like,
oh yeah, it tells you what position you're in.
It's just, yeah, that's what y'all are talking about, right?
I'm in position number 2.
Right. So I yeah. I would.
It doesn't show up in StreamYard, but you can fix it
through YouTube. I've heard other channels talk about it. that because other people, I mean, basically, whenever this happens, understandably so, people complain because they're like, what is this, right? And then I think you can turn it off or whatever it is. And then there's the other thing that was happening. You guys remember when like YouTube did that thing where it, like switched everybody's names? You all remember that?
Yeah.
Whereas like, yeah, I don't think that actually didn't happen to every channel, and it did not happen here. Thank God. I would have lost my mind because I know you guys all by your names, even when you guys have aliases. Although Too Fast took me a little while to figure that one out today. But anyways, that I was lucky that did not affect me. And but that was like a nightmare. I was like, oh my God, if that happened to me, I know.
Who's in first place right now? Chipmunk Feet? Dude, that dude hasn't talked in chat in forever.
Too Fast. That's the tub. Wait, what's the tub? It's a foot bath.
That's why it showed up on your thing, because we were cleaning my feet.
Oh my God, that's a thought. Mary Magdalene. Yeah. Oh my God, Twizle Magdalene. Well, now it's a thing. Twizle Magdalene. That's what it is. Twizle Magdalene. Hi, Moonmail. Welcome back. Happy to see you again. Twizle Magdalene. I'm trying to spell. There we go. Oh, it happens in every chat now? Then maybe maybe you can't turn that off. I wonder if it was
Well,
just
Chipmunk Feet said it happened to cell phones because people didn't update their cell phone. The computer updates automatically.
Oh.
I wonder if it was happening on my computer, or is it the streamer that it happens?
Well, I only ever stream from my computer. So if it is a phone related thing, it would have to be on the user end if that's what it is. And thank you, Chipmunk. Which game did you play? Was it Boulder Dash? Was it some other game? Can't think of other games. Look at this. We've got
Magic the Gathering.
I love Magic the Gathering. We got a tried and true Squirrel Crew member here because look at this. Doing the research, finding it out. Thank you so much. Official name of the tub equals Aquatica True Ufuro Nano White Freestanding Stone Japanese Soaking Bathtub. I mean, I think they're trying to, I think it's false advertising and the last word should be murder tub. That's my personal opinion. But also that's amazing that you found it. Thank you. What? It's a lot of names. Like, why does it have so many names though, too? Like, it's a lot of names.
Told you there's a seat in it.
Can you imagine?
Oh, there's not. I lied.
Can you imagine if like someone's like, hey, what bathtub do you have? It's like, oh, I have a shower. Oh, I have a blah, blah. And then it's like, oh, you know what? I have an Aquatica True Ufuro Nano White Freestanding Stone Japanese Soaking Bath. By the time you finished it, they've all walked away and left. They don't. It's just too long.
That sounds like a South Park episode, to be honest.
Yeah.
What the fuck kind of bug is on my screen? Get out of here, bitch.
Oh, not a bug. Jumanji. Oh my gosh. You know, I've never played the game, but that movie scared the living shit out of me.
That tub is not as big as I thought, though.
See? That dude, who else was a kid watching Jumanji and like was terrified? Oh my God.
I don't remember being terrified of that movie, but
did you ever see it though?
the movie?
Yes. Jumanji.
Yeah, of course.
You can't say of course because you didn't see Swiss Family Robinson.
That came out in 1960. Jumanji came out when I was like 10.
So does anyone else here play Magic? Play Magic the Gathering. I feel like that's the wrong way to say it. Like
Jumanji came out in 1995. I was 9 years old.
That means I was, I think, 8 years old. Or 7? Wait. 8. Wait, what year did it come out?
95.
95. So I was, depending on the month, I was either 7 or 8. You really want to get down to the nitty gritty.
You always got to.
You hated the movie. Why? Was it because it was scary or because of some other? Yeah, I found it really scary.
What a wuss.
Whatever, Twiz.
What are you, some kind of girl?
You're the one who's like, I'm not going to hang out with you because, you know, murder squirrel, what have you. Like, I'm just speaking the truth.
Yeah, you're
about
trying
that.
to kill me.
You're
How's that weird when you're trying to kill me?
You're not going to fit in the tub, so you don't have to worry.
I don't know. Am I supposed to be offended by that?
No, you were the one that said you wouldn't be able to fit.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, because where the seat was.
That was whatever clever.
Oh, was it? I don't know if I believe you because it's tired drunk.
You're tired drunk.
I was just gonna say, I think it's contagious because now I'm like, do I even? I feel like
you need to go to bed.
We need a chaperone. We need a parent, an adult. Documentary. Well, but when you were, so you were, I guess, older. As a kid, did you watch documentaries? You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, like what were we? He was 9, I was like 7 or 8, depending on the month. You know, I feel like documentaries also were not really that much of a thing as much then, right? Twiz, like early 90s, like. I'm sure there were.
Oh,
some,
there were. There always are
like,
documentaries going on.
Like PBS and stuff. That would be the closest thing that I can think of. And as a kid, you're not, you know.
You can always find something.
True. Well, guys.
Now I want to watch Jumanji again.
It was a
see if I like it.
Well, you know, if you want to stay awake for another however long to find it, and
nope.
You know,
I'm going to sleep.
I think that's a good plan. So, guys, it was awesome. This was so much fun, and also very interesting. And it's just going to get more interesting as we go along. We will pick up tomorrow with number 14. And also we will, like I said, we'll go through the sentencing hearing and then redirect into TWIZ'S stream. And yeah, but love seeing all the new squirrel friends and the returning squirrel friends and everybody. Love all of the just squirreliness, right? The insanity, the learning, the deep discussions about plea deals, all of the things. It's been awesome. We got to watch Twiz wash his feet. I learned what a Rubik's Cube is and how that works. We learned a lot of things. You know, and made sure that, you know, we just for the record,
you did not learn how Rubik's Cubes work. You just saw what a Rubik's Cube is. You don't know how it works.
You spin it around until it lines up. Kind of.
I'm a snob with Rubik's Cubes. So, no, you don't know shit about it.
You can continue your Rubik's Cube education tomorrow. It's another thing we can look forward to.
No, my camera's definitely not turning on tomorrow.
Aren't you live streaming tomorrow? We just talked about this.
Yeah, it doesn't mean my camera's going to turn on.
Why aren't you going to put your camera on?
I never put my camera on.
You've put your camera on like 10 times tonight.
I'm drunk. You can't hold that against me.
Oh, dear. Yes, and also, just to reiterate for the record, the difference between an otter and a dog. We talked a lot about Scuttlebutt and like all that. Oh, another great fun part. Animals that start with the letter O. That was a good one. It was awesome. So yeah, love you guys. Thank you so much for watching. And also, in the video's description, you will find a link for the playlist for everything related to this case, which includes the plea deal live streams that we've referenced several times. So all that'll be there. And if you go to my playlist again, there's a bazillion for all the different cases, but then there's also music. You care about that, violin, guitar, whatever. But anyways, thanks so much for being here. You guys are the best. And we will. Whatever Clever is making a motion to review the motion limiting on Syre, motion granted to review the motion eliminate. We'll do it. We will do it. Totally do it. Well, I'll put it on my list for tomorrow. We'll look at the Sci-Ray. Sci-Ray. Okay, we'll do that tomorrow as well. So thank you so much for that suggestion. Yeah, the stickers, right? That's literally. I think it was Don't Be Hatin' and I both said that's what we would do, just move all the stickers. And then Twiz had to what do they say? Steal your thunder or whatever. He was like,
I'll whip out my old school. I'll whip out my old school Rubik's Cube and I'll show you how to take it apart.
Okay. I'm down. Does that one have stickers though?
Yeah, they probably don't stick very well anymore. Maybe I'll get some super glue or something.
There you go.
I need some super glue anyways.
You could really confuse somebody too if you just move those stickers around, couldn't you?
Well, see, here's what you do. You flip one piece and then it can never be solved.
Oh God, that sounds like a horrible
Fun fact.
If someone really cares about Rubik's Cubes, like then that would be like a horrible prank. That would be really cruel to do, wouldn't it? Like, good luck with that. You'll never solve it, but then they don't know. Yeah, it's pretty ruthless.
Yeah, I mean, I could figure it out pretty fast, but you know, I'm a Rubik's Cube professional.
He's a professional, guys. And remember, the toss is part. You got to do the toss. Got to do the toss. So yeah, y'all, love you guys. You guys are the best. And we will be back tomorrow for more of this coverage. And until next time, squirrel out, my homies. Drop that.